There's the music. There it is. The song was ending. Hi, everybody! That's right. The title does not lie. It is going to be my last stream before I go to Offkai. Until after Offkai, I won't be able to stream because I've got a lot of prep work to do. There's a lot of fun events and scheduled things that I'm a part of for the convention. So I will be busy at the con and also getting things set up for that. I'm doing well, thank you. I hope you guys are having a good day also. Thank you. Safe trip, thank you very much. Yeah, it'll be a good last stream. I have been trying to stick to somewhat of a normal sleep schedule. So we'll see how late the stream goes. But I try to have a normal sleep schedule and then I go to bed at 3 a.m. and then I wake up at 6 a.m. I was actually doing more crafting this morning when I couldn't really sleep. I have no self-control. But we'll get back to some crafting a little bit later on. And I'll show you what I've been up to. Normal? I mean, as normal as I can. I mean, 6 a.m. seems like a normal time to wake up, right? I mean, maybe not going to bed at 3 and then waking up at 6, but normal for VTubers? True. But I just want to make sure that I can go to a bunch of things at the convention and see all my friends and have a good time, and probably gonna be out late with some of the girls hanging out because I can't wait to see all my friends again. So we'll see. It might still be crazy in terms of a sleep schedule for me. 2 a.m. to 8 a.m. for you today? Oh no. I can relate, unfortunately. So, while you guys are coming into this stream, I do want to mention that today's stream is sponsored. Thank you so much to HelloFresh for sponsoring my stream today. If you're interested in trying out HelloFresh, you can use my link in chat with the command HelloFresh, or you can go to hellofresh.com and use my code POGHF 109794. Yeah, POG. It's like POG. It starts with POG. POG HF 109794. And you'll be able to get 16 free meals plus free shipping. HelloFresh is wonderful. I have used their product before, their service before, and it is super awesome, super wonderful, very easy. And I will be talking more about HelloFresh a little bit later on. Can we get that in a pinned chat? Yeah. I think Red is here. There you are. Thank you so much. Thank you. It is up above my head. There is this little goal widget. Well, you don't have to hit any goals. And the goals only count if it is your first time using HelloFresh, but it is up there and available.
I work 12 hours night shifts, I can relate. But luckily I can come unwind with a hot and sexy hellhound wife who's Sinder 6 Pyro looking and generally cool personality. Sinder 6 Pyro Pock.
That came out of nowhere. Ugh, I need some water. I'm good. Don't worry. Wouldn't water just evaporate? If it hit my fire, it would. It'd go psst.
Her fire dried out her throat.
Yeah, I guess so. I've got a little a frog in my throat. Is that the saying? Why is it called a frog? Why would a frog be in your throat? I've got an evil toaster in my throat. Hey, Jay! You're working on dinner right now and you saw it was the HelloFresh stream. They were sponsoring me. I'm very, very thankful. HelloFresh is awesome. So the way that it works, in a little bit, I'm actually going to show you guys the website, show you guys how much money you can save if you use my code, and all of the really, really yummy food options that they have. They have a pretty wide variety of stuff, and the meals and recipes change from week to week, so you get different options every week. And then after we explore the website and I get back from Offkai, I will be doing a second stream where I show you guys. I probably won't be able to cook the food on stream, but I can at least show you pictures, and maybe I can show you guys how things are packaged on stream, and definitely photos of the food. Doing more food reviews. Last time it was really, really fun and super yummy, so it'll be the same kind of streams that I did last time, showing you guys. And if it's your first time checking out HelloFresh, then that's even more exciting. I showed pictures of my burned rice. It was not that bad. I had pictures of that meal. It was meatballs in a bulgogi sauce and white rice. It was so yummy, and there was only a little bit of burnt rice. Granted, it was my first time cooking rice in a pot on the stove. I usually microwave rice. I said it was a little. It was just a little bit burnt. It wasn't like inedibly burnt. I just, scraped the bottom off and just didn't eat the bottom of the pan where it was all stuck and burnt. But the recipes are very easy to follow. I think I just misread the serving sizes because I was making 2 servings instead of 1 at the time, so I don't think I put enough water in, so that was an error on my part. But if you followed the recipe properly, then you definitely would not have burnt the rice. Yeah, I did. I was sponsored by HelloFresh earlier this year, and I'm very thankful that I'm able to work with them again because their food is so good. Is it a requirement that VTubers burn rice? No! Rice can be difficult if, you're not using a rice cooker. I feel like rice cookers make cooking rice a little bit easier than cooking it in a pan, but I wouldn't know because I don't cook. But that's what makes it all the better.
As I was saying, the important part of being nocturnal like me is trying to keep the same schedule. Even if you're a cute anime waifus, it takes sleep to maintain that beauty,
I mean, I don't get that much sleep. That's why I've got designer eye bags. Rice cookers are the best kitchen appliance? I like blenders for milkshakes and smoothies. Nettleneck, thank you for 11 months. Thank you. Thank you. When food is so hard to cook that a dedicated piece of machinery is needed to cook it. Exactly. That's what I was saying. The best is clearly the ice cream maker. Ooh. I feel like that's not a very common kitchen appliance, though. Do they have more compact ice cream maker machines? I feel like the only ice cream making machines I've ever seen were on cooking competition shows like Chopped. And they look like these big, tall machines. There are small ones. Maybe I should try making my own ice cream someday. I have an ice maker in my fridge, just like attached into the freezer section of the fridge. So I can make ice. But ice cream? Around 60 to 80 bucks, that's it. I'm gonna be on an ice cream making arc.
Sinder, I have brought peace, freedom, justice, and security to my new empire.
Nice. Good luck with that. I hope you can
Hello,
maintain.
Sinder.
Hi.
Back for another Pog stream.
Hell yeah! It is not easy to make ice cream. No, I've seen. So here's the thing. I don't cook very often. That's why HelloFresh is really, really helpful and useful, because their recipes are really easy to follow. They give you all the instructions and ingredients and everything. But even though I was never big on cooking, I would always watch cooking competition shows. Like, what was it? The one with Gordon Ramsay. The MasterChef? I think it was called MasterChef. And, Hell's Kitchen. Yeah, Kitchen Nightmares. Iron Chef. Yeah, Chopped. Even like the baking shows. The baking competitions. Sometimes they'd be themed, like seasonal baking competition shows. I also liked watching Cake Boss, but that was a little different. They're just really fun to watch. Chopped is one of my favorites because... Oh, also Cutthroat Kitchen. Oh, yo! Cutthroat Kitchen! Beat Bobby Flay, yeah! So, for those of you who don't know, Chopped... I like Chopped because there's 4 chefs that compete against each other, and they have 3 rounds: appetizer, entree, and dessert. And then one person is eliminated after the end of each round. The catch is they have a basket of mystery ingredients, so they don't know what the required ingredients that they're gonna work with are until the time starts and they open up the baskets. And sometimes it's the weirdest, craziest stuff that they have to combine together into these meals. Yeah, Chopped. Chopped is so much fun. I also really like the host, and I've gotten to know like all of the judges. So good. But yeah, they tend to make ice cream for the dessert rounds pretty often on Chopped. And then the other competition show that I really love is Cutthroat Kitchen. And Cutthroat Kitchen is kind of like, it's based off of sabotaging your competitors. So it's sort of like a bid war, and they're each given a set amount of money. And they have to bid on different advantages and ways of sabotaging other contestants. Sometimes it'll sabotage all of the other contestants at once. Sometimes you pick one contestant to sabotage. But the catch is that you only have a certain amount of money for all the rounds you're a part of, and you only walk away with what you're left with. So if you start with $10,000 and you bid, 8,000 of it, and that's only if you win. Only if you win, you get to keep however money you have left over. So you're only walking away with 2,000 out of the 10. So it's like these disadvantages can really, really hinder the way you cook. Yeah. It's crazy. It's really, really intense and super competitive, but it's so much fun to watch. I feel so bad for some of these people. They have to like cook only with certain appliances, or they have to cook inside these tiny little pots and pans. So of course it's harder to make food in little tiny pans and stuff. It's things like that. Or one of them, there were two contestants, and they were kind of like tied together or handcuffed together or something like that. And of course there's 2 different stations, so they had to run back and forth to either person's station so that one person could work. Then they have to run back to the other one so the other person could work because they're like tied together. So it's like crazy disadvantages like that, especially under a time crunch. So it was a really fun show to watch. I don't know if those shows are still airing anymore though. I just haven't had time to watch a whole lot of TV. I'm usually busy working. Anime Hellhound, that's me! Sometimes with equipment you're not familiar with, yeah. Or maybe they have to work with a special ingredient that might be a little strange. Miratrack, thank you for 3 months. Thank you so much. Thank you. Red 15, thank you for 5 months. Thank you. Did I miss one? Oh, Moonlaxer, thank you so much for the gift sub. Thank you. Thank you so much, you guys. And welcome into followers. The leaderboard reset? Oh no. Don't remind him, Red. Don't remind him. Fire Scorpion! Oh, thank you so much for the 10 gift subs. Thank you so much. You hear your kitchen sizzling? It's cooking literally. I'm cooking too. I also do be sizzling. You awoke in the hive mind. Oh no. Thank you, Chad. Thank you. So yeah, I also want to mention, I'll probably talk about this a couple times throughout the stream, so you guys don't forget. But because it's the last time I'll be live before Off-Kai, I'm gonna need some help from you guys, okay? So listen up. Listen up. You might have seen on the website, I haven't really advertised, but Numi and I are going to be having a panel at Off-Kai this year. This upcoming weekend on Friday, we are going to have a panel. It is a Q&A panel. It's called the Hell Hottie Hangout because we're both from Hell and we're both hot. So we're gonna be hanging out. It's gonna be hosted by Domo, and we are going to need questions that Domo will read from live. So we've got a Google form made, and when we're ready to post it, we're going to post it on Twitter. It'll probably also be in Numi's Discord server if you guys are a part of that. So make sure to keep your eyes peeled for a tweet, for a Google form. All you have to do is type in your question that you want us to answer live and in person at a panel. So Domo's gonna read from the document and ask us these questions. What's the topic? Anything. Anything. So I want to give you guys a heads up that will be a form that will be tweeted out within the next couple days or so. Cut her feed. That almost happened to me before. So yeah, we figured that we would pull questions from both of our communities to ask both of us, but we are not going to be looking at the Google Doc. So
we love Sinder 6 Nodders, Sinder 6 Nodders.
Thank you for the 1,000 bits, Mero. Thank you. So Numi and I are not going to be looking at this Google Doc, or Google form rather. We're going to give it to Domo, who's going to be hosting, and he will be selecting the questions and reading them to us live. So you will be getting our initial reactions. We're not going to know what they are beforehand. Hi everyone, welcome. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you. Yeah, the form isn't, it's not ready yet. And this panel most likely won't be streamed. I'm not really sure. But I will be tweeting more information as the days get closer. It's not up yet. Just keep your eyes peeled on Twitter. Make sure to follow Nomi and I on Twitter. Get Twitter. Or I'm sure Nomi will be posting in her Discord server too. If you want to get some questions in there. Or we might take questions live at the event, but just in case people are too shy to come up to us and ask questions, we'll have some pretty crazy ones that are anonymous. Don't look at me like that. I just wanted to give you guys a heads up. I'll remind you again later before I end stream, so don't worry. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. The panel will be in person, yeah. Our meet and greets are virtual, but the panel will be in person. Looking at me! I guess I can't hide, huh? Oh wait, I can't. I can, but I don't want to. Call questions. What kind of question would that be? Yeah, I used to be super terrified of public speaking. I guess I still am. It's different when it's in like a streaming VTuber kind of sense, I suppose. And also, when I cosplay, when I was a cosplayer, that really helped break me out of my shell. Especially when it comes to public speaking. It still gives me mega anxiety, but at least when I'm dressed like a character, I can embody that character. And especially if I'm on a stage, because I did a lot of cosplay competitions and I competed a lot. And some competitions require you to speak to the MC. And so sometimes I had to do that. But then when the audience is like laughing and cheering for you, you kind of get that adrenaline rush and that small boost of confidence. And then when it's all said and done, it's just like a weight off your shoulders and you feel so good and so proud of yourself afterwards. So I really, really enjoy that. No, I stayed far away from public speaking classes in school. I was that quiet student that never would talk. I was so shy. But cosplay really helped me grow, break out of my little shell. Is it more like pretending / playing? Not really. When I stream, especially as a VTuber, I feel like I can be more like myself. Sometimes some things are exaggerated, of course, for that entertainment value. But at the end of the day, this is just me. This is just me being me and goofing around and having a good time. So it definitely helps that there's not, you know, people physically in the room like watching me. I can just sit behind my computer all alone in my room and just do me. And this is so great. It feels so good. Used to have to play piano in front of a whole theater of people, but the cheers and the clapping afterwards make you feel accomplished. Oh, that makes me so happy. Yeah. Get nervous speaking if you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, if you do, then you're confident. That's also a really good point. You know, if it's for like a school project and it's not something you're really passionate about, then it's kind of a... It's like just really stressful and it's something you don't really want to do. But then, you know, like if me, it's like me talking about cosplay. That's something I know a lot about. That's something I'm really confident talking about. I can totally relate to that. New here? Welcome! Welcome! I'm so glad you could make it to a stream. I hope you enjoy your stay. Thank you. The VTuber community made you come out a bit more? Aw. Yeah, even just... Because sometimes chatting in stream chat or even in Discord channels can be a little nerve-wracking sometimes. You know, putting yourself out there and talking to strangers pretty much. But it's a really good way to meet new people and gain confidence talking to new people. So I definitely agree. Yeah, even a class of 30, yeah. I tend to stutter and trip over my words a lot. But you guys seem to think it's endearing, so we're just gonna roll with that, and then I just pretend like I know what I'm doing. I still don't know what I'm doing. I'm just doing me. Used to playing competitive games with strangers. Oh my god, I remember the first online game that I played. Like besides Pokemon, because I'd only play it online with friends, but I remember way back when I tried playing League. League of Legends. And I didn't really know what I was doing. And for those of you who know League, there's like 3 different paths that you can take to start fighting the enemy. And there's one on the top, one in the middle, and one on the bottom. And I saw 2 people going to the top path. And I said, okay, I don't know what I'm doing. So I'm just going to follow these other 2 people into the top path because I don't want to be alone. And, you know, I want somebody with me, even though it's a stranger on the internet. And they kept spamming in chat like, I don't remember what my username was, but they're like, Sinder, go mid. And I was like, I don't want to go in the middle path because then there's other paths on both sides where people can jump out and attack me, and I'm all alone in the middle path. I don't want to be alone. I was like, that seems like a bad idea. So I just ignored that. And they were like, Cinder, you gotta go mid. I was like, fuck you! I don't want to go mid. But that gave me mega anxiety because I felt like I wasn't playing the game right. And I was just like, I don't want to play with these people. This is scary. Playing online games with strangers. I'm not a mid laner. I ended up, I don't remember who I was playing. I might have just been playing Garen just to start out at the time, but I ended up maining Sion. I was a stinky Sion main. This was before the rework. I heard he's not as good now. Play with you, Clara? I don't play anymore. It's been like 7 years since I last played League. Yeah, not the Sion main. I like the big beefy boys, the big tanky boys. Small game communities, yeah, they're a little more wholesome and tight-knit. 5-man team with the mods? We'll see. We'll see. I know Zodi plays. I know Red plays. I guess my mods do play, huh? I don't know how often they played, though. Surprised they didn't flame you more than that. We were... Was that a pun? New Ari skin. Ooh. Is it the soda one? It's like Ramune. It's like Ramune themed. Is that the one? I love just like looking at the pretty splash art and stuff. Always soloed every game, even competitive ones. Yeah. I always have big anxiety talking to people. Even when I started getting into Apex to play with Joel and Toaster and Fruit, when I would practice by myself, I would never talk with my other teammates. I was just so nervous. Played League for about 7 years. Yikes. That's a long time. Spicy Pop-Tart! Thank you for the gift sub. Thank you. I think I still have a little tickle in my throat. I hope I'm not. Hope it's not my allergies. I'm gonna be traveling soon, so I gotta be in tip-top shape. Your first online interaction was weird. Oh, that just sounds like the internet. Smite player, yeah. I want to play with the new skins, the new Smite skins. The new Ari is called Snow Moon. Didn't they just have a Boba skin? Or not Boba, Ramone? Dang. I just have normal water for the stream today. It's a little bit later in the night and I don't want to be hopped up on energy if I'm trying to have a normal sleep schedule. So, nice, refreshing. It is lemon flavor though. I love drinking just like flavored waters. I feel like I can't enjoy normal water anymore because I've been so spoiled with just like adding all kinds of flavors in my water. I know. So my sleep schedule for conventions is usually all over the place because I feel like my body can't fully rest like at convention hotels just because like I'm always up late, usually hanging out with friends and going out, and then I crash and I end up waking up early because I'm so excited for the next day and to just do things and buy stuff at the artist alley and the dealer's room and just like the exhibitor hall and checking stuff out and like meeting up with my friends and meeting you guys. And there's always so much I want to do at conventions, and I feel like there's never enough time in a weekend. It's only a weekend and Friday. That's it. That's crazy. So I also like to wake up early so I have enough time to get ready, because I never know how long it's going to take me to get ready. Sometimes I have a good eyeliner day and I get it perfect first try, but sometimes I just can't. My hands get too shaky and I just feel so out of it, and then my eyes are sore from wiping off all my mess ups. I'm flying out in a couple days and I want to make sure I have enough time to pack and stuff. Like the other day, yeah. I was doing some practice because I usually don't wear makeup every day, so I feel like I get a little out of practice sometimes. Because being a cosplayer, I do my makeup all the time. And working in a professional setting, like customer service kind of vibes, I didn't want to look dead. I remember one time I took off my eyeliner, my makeup, because my mom would usually see me leaving the house and coming home with my... She likes to say with my eyes on. My wings, my makeup. And she was like looking at me one day when I took my makeup off. She was like, "Are you okay? You look sad and tired." And I said, "No, Mom. I'm just not wearing my makeup right now." Thanks, Mom. Yeah, the wings. You can see them right now, though. Nothing like doing your cosplay makeup in a hotel room you're sharing with 6 other people. Oh my goodness. I've had my fair share of crammed hotel rooms for conventions, and I like to have enough time to get ready so I'm not the one holding anybody up. It just gives me mad anxiety. So I always wake up super early, like before anybody else will. And I like to sleep in the bed that's closest to the bathroom, so I'm not walking back and forth and waking up anybody else. And this is gonna sound really weird, but I have to be relatively close to a mirror just because my eyeliner wings are so sharp and fine and pointy. Sometimes having the sink in front of you and then the mirror, that's like too far away from me. I need to be like right up and close to make sure that every piece of my eyeliner wing is absolutely perfect. So what I do is I will go over to the hotels usually have full-length mirrors right next to the bathroom, like outside the bathroom. And I will sit on the floor and spread all of my makeup stuff all around the floor, like all nice and organized on the floor. So I'm right up next to the mirror, and then I will do my makeup sitting on the floor. The lighting is usually really bad over there because hotel lighting is just not good, like in hotel rooms. So sometimes I'll do my wings sitting down, and then I'll run into the bathroom with the lights on, like where the vanity is. So it's nice and bright so I can see if it looks okay. And then I'll run back and do the other eye. The vanities are too big. It's hard to lean over it. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yeah, gotta do what you gotta do. So I'll have like my all my cosplay pieces out and ready, like laid out on the bed or just like somewhere. So I make sure I have everything, and then I'll do my makeup. I also take a shower, like either the night before or super duper early before anybody else wakes up. That way I can have my own bathroom time. I don't have to worry about other people trying to get in the bathroom. And then it also helps to do your makeup outside of the bathroom while other people are trying to shower and get ready and stuff. So then you're not in the way and you can still focus on doing what you gotta do. Where do you sleep then? Well, I'd sleep in the bed, and then after I get up, then I kind of lay stuff out on the bed. Advice for makeup with masks. Ooh, okay, so the cool thing with masks is that if you're planning on wearing it for most of the convention and for potential photo shoots even, you don't have to do your makeup. Like, I feel like you'd get really warm. Sometimes your face gets a little sweaty and oily if it's hot and you're wearing a mask. So just like, don't bother putting makeup. Plus then your makeup it could transfer onto the mask and get your mask all dirty. But yeah, it's like you don't have to put foundation on that half of your face. You don't have to put lipstick on it. Like, you can just do your eyes and then it's like half the time to get ready. It's so easy. Although if you are doing a photo shoot, you could always just bring your makeup and touch it up in like a bathroom somewhere. Or even just go back to your room, touch it up, and then just go maskless to your photo shoot if that's what you're doing. Any advice for doing the wings? Can never get the non-dominant side to match. Oh, yeah.
Sinder living life on easy mode. Life hacks.
So, I have been a cosplayer for 10 years now. So, I've kind of more or less got the hang of how to do winged eyeliner for my specific eye shape. I have hooded eyes, so pretty much what that means is that it's kind of difficult to make an eyeliner wing look good on hooded eyes just because of the way your eyelids fold. But I've seen people use tape, like clear Scotch tape, and you can line up the tape from the bottom corner of your eye up to where you want the wing angle to, and then you can just brush on the eyeliner. When it dries, you peel off the tape, and then you have that nice straight clean line.
Do you remember your first ever cosplay?
Yeah, it was Porcus DAs from One Piece. Makeup tape? Yeah. Or you could just use any kind of tape, really. As long as it won't irritate your skin. Don't be using duct tape. Don't be using duct tape near your eyes. If I catch y'all using duct tape, y'all are gonna get one from me. Y'all are gonna get a pop pop. Don't do that. You're gonna get a stern talking to. Yeah, like using the tape like a stencil. Another thing to do, this is for hooded eyes especially, hooded eyelids, is to, sometimes you kind of raise your eyebrows a little bit, and you kind of open or close your eye when you're doing your winged eyeliner. But for the best results to do eyeliner is to keep your eyes open, just like at a normal, just like having your eyes open normally. You don't want to widen your eyes more than they normally are, and you also don't want to kind of close your eyes. Just look straight ahead into the mirror and then draw your wing on while your eyes are open. So that way it's in the exact spot that you want it when you're looking straight ahead with your eyes open normally. Because if you're pulling at the skin, or if you're closing your eyes and then opening your eyes, because the creases in your eyelids can alter the shape of your eyeliner wing. So it's really, really important to, depending on your eye shape, have your eyes open.
Sinder, Biro Pups, please report to the Hellhound's office. So I hear you used duct tape on your eyes.
I just want you guys to be safe. Don't do anything that could hurt you or irritate your skin or your face. Akoli, thank you for 5 months. Thank you. Yeah, Off-Kai is in the San Francisco area. It's not like a TwitchCon where there's more than one in 2 different areas, or like a Comic-Con kind of thing. It's only in the San Francisco area. Saving for TwitchCon Vegas. Ooh, your first time there. Oh, I hope you're able to save up. You've got some time. A few months.
Cosplay you've done so far?
I don't know if I can say. I don't want to dox myself, but I love cosplaying from Danganronpa. I'll just say that. I love Danganronpa. Is it a character from Danganronpa? My favorite one? I wouldn't say so. Not my favorite, but yeah, I'm really excited for TwitchCon Vegas. Yeah. It is really good. I actually had a couple Danganronpa cosplays as the vote for when you guys voted on which cosplay that you wanted me to bring to WeebCon. Buet ended up winning, but there were 2 Danganronpa ladies in that lineup to vote from. So you know I like my Danganronpa. The 2 in that poll were some of my favorites. So, you know what? I think it's time we look at some yummy food. What do you say? Yeah, you can use duct tape for other things. I just wouldn't recommend putting it close to your face or on your skin at all. That seems like a big no-no to me. Chad, are you hungry? Yeah, you hungry? Yeah, feeding time. All right. Let's head over and let me show you some of the yummy food that we'll be looking at today. Alrighty, so here we are. This is the lovely HelloFresh website. This is their menu page. So, if you click on the link in the command, the HelloFresh command chat, you can use my link or go to hellofresh.com and use code POG HF109794 to get 16 free meals plus free shipping. That's right, baby. So if you click on that link, it takes you to this page. Oh, let me move my head pads. It's blocking my face. Get out of here. Oh, hello. Head pads? Come up here. Nope, where are you? There you are. Much better. Okay. So, it takes you to this page using my link. And from here, you can choose your meal plan. We're gonna be looking at the menu. If you scroll down here, you can say right here, view our weekly menus, and that will take you to this menu page here. But first, I'm gonna explain to you how the code works just a little bit first, so you guys know what you can get. Yeah, Pog! We pogging. This is a Pog stream. So, I have worked with HelloFresh before. I can vouch for them. They are amazing. So, yeah, for free. So let me explain how the free meals, the free shipping works, and how the discount code works. So this is their recommended one. The most popular is for 2 people. So this is 2 servings and 3 meals per week. So that's a total of 6 meals, 6 servings. I like to do 4 because that's a nice even number. Then if I get meals for 2 people, 4 meals in a week, that's 8 meals, and then I can have lunch and dinner. You know, I can just make a whole bunch of food and then have some leftovers. Making you hungry? I might actually, you know what, I might do 3 meals. It is their most popular one, but the more meals you get, the more you save. So here you can see that normally it's $9.99, almost $10 per serving, but that's pretty much cut in half with my code. $5 for a meal, which is insane. It's so crazy. You save a lot of money. Looks yummy. Yeah, we'll be looking at the meals soon, but HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping, and it is a whopping 25% cheaper than takeout. Takeout can be ridiculously expensive. I mean, anything at a restaurant can really be expensive in general. And then when you factor in, you know, potential tips and, you know, sometimes shopping at the grocery store can also add up quite a bit. But this is already portioned for you. They send you the exact amount of ingredients for each serving that you need. They send you very clear step-by-step instructions with pictures. It's foolproof. Like, even for somebody like me who doesn't cook very often, who's not very good at cooking, it's very, very, very user-friendly. Even with affordable prices at stores and restaurants, yeah, $5, less than that technically, for a meal. So if you were to get their most popular deal, 3 meals a week for 2 people, it's under $30. You're saving more money than you're actually spending, which is so crazy. You're saving $40.99 and you're only paying $29.94. So if you guys want cheap meals to cook that are really, really yummy and affordable, then HelloFresh would definitely be good for you. So you can just try it for 1 week. Yes, this is for the first week. So the way that this will work is that the prices will change a little bit from week to week. So for the 16 free meals that my code gives you, they take some off for like a couple meals at a time. So over the course of several weeks, if you keep ordering the boxes every week, then you will eventually get the 16 free meals over time. It's not all at once, so I want to make that clear. And the free shipping applies to your first box. So if you want to utilize the mega discounts and free shipping, even if you only want to get 1 box just to try it, it's very affordable, very easy, and the meals are also very tasty. Also, there's a bunch of different kinds of meals that you can pick from. If you want meat and veggies, you can select those. If you just want vegetarian options, pescatarian options, there's fit and healthier, wholesome meals, family-friendly meals, and quick and easy. So the quick and easy meals are made in 15 minutes or less. So if you don't want to stand over the stove for 30 to 45 minutes cooking a whole meal, like me, sometimes I don't really have patience when it comes to cooking. So the quick and easy meals, you can select these. Let's say you only want meals that only take 15 minutes, then you can easily filter to choose just the 15-minute meals. Over time, you go back to $10 per serving. Yeah, if you were to order several weeks in a row, eventually you would have a total of 16 free meals. And then once you have all of those meals over the course of a few weeks, then it would go back to the normal price, because then my code would no longer be valid. So the first box is always the best deal when it comes to the price. But even if you don't want to get it right now, you can check out the menu. So the menus are down here, this little hyperlink, and it will take you to this page. These are all the available meals for this week. You can see up here at the top, this says June 17 to 23. Let's say you look through all these meals and maybe you're not so sure about any of these. You want something different. Well, if you want to wait for the next week's meals, you can actually see them in advance and early, so you can plan out what you're going to want to order. It is a really good deal, yeah. So I am actually going to order on this, on the current week's menu, because next week when I come back from Offkai, I'm going to do another stream where I actually show you guys the food that I made using their recipes, show you guys how the ingredients are packed and all of that, and talk about it some more. I'll be able to actually show you the food. And about the ingredients, I should say, they package all of their stuff very, very well. They actually, I think it's, let me double check. Yeah, the ingredients go from the farm, from the source that they are taken from and grown from, to your home in less than 7 days, less than a week. So the ingredients are super, super fresh. They come packaged depending on what it is. The ingredients that need to be kept more cold are insulated more so than the less perishable ingredients. The ones that don't need to be necessarily kept cold. You're so hungry. So we are going to browse really quick. So you can see these are all the meals. Look at them all that we have to pick from. This is just for this week. And then it arrives to you later on. So, let's see. Some of the options that you guys could also get. Balsamic rosemary pork chop. That actually sounds really freaking good. I'm just gonna click on it to show you guys. So it tells you how much, how long it takes to cook it. It gives you a calorie count, and it also ranks them by cooking difficulty. This is an easy one, 590 calories per serving, and again, these ingredients are all pre-portioned for your servings, so you have exactly what you're gonna need, and it only takes 20 minutes to cook. Gives a little description, gives you allergy information, and it tells you everything that's going to come in this little bundle for this meal. So it comes with the green beans, the baguette, the chicken stock, garlic, herb butter, rosemary, pork chops, balsamic vinegar, salt, cooking oil, sugar, and pepper isn't included, but these are the more common ingredients that you'll probably already have in your house or in your kitchen. Utensils, and then all of the nutrition values, the nutrition facts. Now, if you're still on the fence about how this would be cooked, you can scroll all the way down to the bottom right here, this link that says see full recipe, and it takes you to this page. And it still has the ingredients, but it shows you the step-by-step picture instructions, but every meal you order comes with this big card, and it has the same ingredient list on it. It has the same picture, step-by-step instructions, and it's all right in front of you for you to see physically, like in your hand, so you don't have to like go back and forth to the website to see the cooking instructions. No, so you order the ingredients and the recipes. So they send you everything that you need to make these, and then you can just use their recipes step by step to cook it. So you don't have to go out buying, the green beans in bulk. Let's just say, you only get exactly the amount of green beans that you'll need for your serving, so it's not wasteful. They give you exactly the portion sizes that the recipe calls for. Look at that, 4 steps. That's it, 4 steps for this one. No wonder it's so easy. Preheat the oven, put the beans on, you cook the meat, you melt down the sauce, and boom. Good way to learn new recipes and get ideas. Yeah, you can also explore these recipes, so you don't have to order the portioned food if you don't want to. You can just look at the recipe list. This is just such a good resource for making food. So again, let me find an example. So they have, oh my goodness, all kinds of stuff. 1-pan shawarma turkey lettuce wraps, Sicilian chicken penne, cheesy beef and black bean enchiladas. Oh, here's a good example. I got a little bit confused the first time I saw this, so I'm going to explain it to you. Maybe just because I'm stupid. This might make more sense to you guys. But see how here we see this picture of the balsamic rosemary pork chops? But if we scroll down a little bit, that same picture is right here. Now, sometimes they substitute ingredients for other things. So if you want the balsamic rosemary pork chops, you can get this one. But let's say you see this, and this one has chicken instead of pork chops. You can get the chicken instead of the pork chops if you like that better. So sometimes they have those kind of options. So if you see the same image twice, something is different. Something was substituted. Sometimes there's options that have no meat in it. Ooh. Oh, there's even a beef tenderloin version of the same recipe. Beef tenderloin, chicken, and pork chop. Oh my goodness. That's going to be hard to pick from. Hi, Lacey. Yeah, we're browsing HelloFresh. I'm really, really excited to get this order. This menu is looking so good already. Hold on. I should actually open up. Oh my goodness. What do I want? I do like chicken. I'm gonna... Hold on. Let me open like the recipes for these. So that way I have it like in a new tab so I can go back and place my order later. Citrus pork tacos? Citrus pork. Tunisian spiced meatballs? These look so good. Oh no. I'm gonna have to narrow this down. Pork sausage rigatoni. Better than takeout. Woo. This one claims to be better than takeout. Oh, it's ramen. Better than takeout ramen. Hey, yo. Spicy dan dan noodle ramen. Oh my goodness. They've got chickpea couscous. Where's the rice? That one might be hard difficulty, trying to cook rice. Pepper jam pork tenderloin. A kale and sweet potato jumbo. These sound so good. Smashed black bean tacos. Flatbreads. Yakitori style steak skewers. Difficulty hard. That's because it has rice. Probably not, but... This looks so good. Those are actually quite good. Vouch, you've had these before. Oh, yeah, you know what? I might actually get these actually. Let me let me bookmark this one. A full English breakfast with pork sausage, pecan crusted trout, garlic butter, shrimp scampi. I like chicken scampi. I'm not a seafood person, but scampi is good. Scampi is yummy. Yummy scampi. Oh, this is one of the fast and fresh meals. So this is made in 15 minutes or less. If you don't want to spend a whole lot of time cooking, then this is a really good option for you. You can also filter by those when you actually select your meals. You had a HelloFresh phase, non-sponsored. You end up graduating to vomits actually going outside to buy your own groceries. I mean, you know, this is definitely good for the convenience if you only want a few meals that are exactly portioned, so you're not buying too many ingredients, you know, because sometimes you only need a little bit of an ingredient to make these meals. So it's less wasteful in that sense. You spy a burger? Cheesy smashed pork burgers? I think I had something very similar to that with onions, caramelized onions the last time I tried HelloFresh. It was so good though. It was so good. It is really convenient, yeah. Because the ingredients, you don't have to go outside, chat. My fellow basement dwellers, recluses, you know, staying inside, don't wanna touch grass. You don't have to go out to a grocery store or pay expensive takeout prices. You can get this delivered right to your house. You don't have to go outside. Ooh, sweet potato mushroom bowls. That's got more rice. Is this hard difficulty? Medium difficulty. Woo! Medium difficulty rice. You and your wife have been using HelloFresh for almost 2 years now. It's pretty great. Yeah, the food is... Not only is it convenient, but it's so yummy. Yeah, they have vegan options too. Those were in the little selections over here. When you click on the link that has my code, it automatically applies the discount.
Plankton. It's a beautiful day outside. Fish are swimming. Anemones
are we gonna dance with
on
food?
Days like these, shrimp like ye should be going back to the chum bucket. This is Crabs.
Back together.
And you'll never get ye hands on me secret formula because I'm so much redder. and the atmosphere so much
I wonder what the
better.
secret
The two
formula
of us will
is
get the
in the
secret
HelloFresh
sauce.
recipes.
Come at me, you're no match for me.
Is it the burnt rice?
Let's go, plankton and
Don't burn your
crabs.
rice. Do your best not to
Let's
burn your
go,
rice.
I'm Armor Abs. Go ahead and try to steal it if you're able. Can't you see that me restaurant is stable? I can see you hate the way I run me business.
Look
But
at
you're
this
mad 'cause
yummy
the chum bucket's
HelloFresh
finished, and
meal.
you won't get a single drop of gravy. I fought into old roars in the Sea Navy. If you take SpongeBob's brain, he'll just mess you up. Cause me fry cook is twice the chef that you are.
It's HelloFresh, fresh, HelloFresh. It is HelloFresh.
Yar.
Yum 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 yum. Yum 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 yum. Yum 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 yum.
By Poseidon's name! His power levels are going off the charts! How is this possible?
I'm about to go Super Crustacean 3.
Yeah.
Yar! There's pescatarian options in HelloFresh.
This is me first dollar, and
And
this is me first dime.
And if you
think
wanna
you
save
can
your
steal
money,
'em,
then
you're
you can use
running
HelloFresh
out
this
of
time.
Challenging me would be your single greatest mistake. I'll cut your rear end off and mount it over me fireplace.
The greatest parody song ever. It's so funny. 12 out of 10. Thank you. I tried to make it on brand. We changed up the lyrics a little bit. Holy moly, what do I want? I think I want 3 meals per week for 2 people. Yeah. So maybe I'll. It's hard to narrow it down sometimes, but there's always the next week. And Leafy Stone, thank you for 19 months. Which foods on HelloFresh is your favorite? Well, it changes from week to week, but I did try the pork smash burgers. Those were so good. I also had meatballs with a bulgogi sauce and rice. There was some kind of other green vegetable with it. It was a little time ago. My memory's not the best. I also had some kind of ravioli. They were all really, really good. So, if everything tastes looks as good as it looks here, then I say you really can't go wrong. 10-minute lunch? Oh yeah, that's another thing that HelloFresh offers, has available. They're not just dinner meals. They do special lunch meals, lunch servings. They also have snacks and desserts even, I think. And meals for special occasions. Mr. Beast, do you like HelloFresh? Do you save your millions? Droid! Thank you so much! Thank you for the 100 gift subs and for bringing Mr. Beast here. Thank you so much. Thank you. For those of you that got the gift sub, I hope you enjoy it. You enjoy the emotes, the ad-free viewing of my streams. Thank you so much. Thank you. There's more 10-minute lunches. Maybe I'll try some of these too. Pita pizzas. Tortellini salad, guac chicken, cheesy chicken and guac sandos? Only 10 minutes! 10 minutes is even shorter than 15! Holy moly! There's, a chicken stir. I love stir fry. Yeah, only 10 minutes! Isn't that insane? That's crazy! Crazy. vegan maple carrot power bowls? Maple carrot? That sounds so good. Why does all this have to sound so good? There's steak fajitas, crispy buffalo spice chicken. Citrus turkey tacos. There was citrus beef. There's something else that was a citrus taco. So there's also different kinds of meats that you can pick from sometimes depending on the meal. Yeah, I can't go wrong with stir fry. You telling me a chicken stirred this fry? Yes. There's another ramen bowl with spicy beef. Cheesy smashed beef burgers. Instead of a pork burger, you can get a beef burger. Chicken sausage and Brussels flatbread. Oh, if you want chicken in the maple and carrot power bowl, that's an option too, to add a meat to this bowl. Sweet ginger chicken. I'm just a sucker for chicken and rice. But I want to get more of a variety. I'll limit myself to one rice meal because I don't want to burn a whole lot of rice. But it will be good for practice. They've got soups. They've got tacos. They've got pastas. All kinds of stuff. So this was a full peruse of their menu for this week. If you guys are interested, you can also, in order to get to this page, if you use the HelloFresh command in chat, or if you go to HelloFresh.com, you can use my code POGHF109794. You can type it right in, or you can click on the link, and it will automatically apply the code. You will get 16 free meals plus free shipping, baby! It's really, really yummy. Super easy to make these meals. Really, really affordable. And if I can do it, you definitely can. No, I didn't pick the code. That's just what the code is. It literally starts with POG. So it's perfect. POG! HF109794. Yeah! I already have some meal ideas you're gonna make. Ooh! Yeah, you can also utilize, if you go to the HelloFresh website, you can see their menus, learn how it works. And then there's also, let me see, a whole step-by-step like explanation on how HelloFresh works. And when you go to the right here, the recipes, you can search pretty much whatever you want to make. Gourmet recipes, kid-friendly recipes, quick meals. There's just so many. Just click the see all button and then scroll endlessly. Load more. Scroll some more. Load more. Scroll some more. There's so many recipes, and then you can click on any one of these. Pineapple poblano beef tacos. And it will give you the ingredients list, exactly how many of each ingredient you'll need, and then the step-by-step instructions. They have them just right here for you to see. Super easy. Super, super easy. A chicken and loaded baked potato dish. Ooh. Yeah, there's some really, really yummy meal options here. So again, thank you so much to HelloFresh for sponsoring my stream today. I really appreciate it. I will place my order after the stream today. And I will be able to get it later next week and show you guys how things are packaged and how I am able to cook them. I'll show you guys the outcome. But for now, here's what we gonna do. We gonna do some more crafting. let me just move my keyboard out of the way. So that way you guys only see my crafting cutting mat board. Ta-da! Where are we? Boop. Where is it? There we are. Okay, let me make this a little bigger. There we go. Think this works. This looks good to me. Learning time! Yeah, we do be crafting some more. So, when I was awake at, I don't know, 6 a.m. this morning, I decided that I wanted to test out some new things that I've had a lot of information on, that I knew a lot about, but I'd never actually used these materials before. So, we're talking mold making and resin casting. I have hold on, my screen is still off a little bit. No, it's not. I'm just losing it, I think. Oh, no, it was. There we go. Okay, that's better. So, mold making and resin casting. So, I have used clear resin before. I've dyed it to make like gems and things of that nature. But we're talking quick setting, like solid resin pieces. So, I have these little tiny test pieces. This is for something totally different, but I just got really excited, and I figured because it wasn't for one of the projects that I'm making on stream, it would be okay for me to kind of just like practice and play with some of the materials on my own time. So, this is gonna look a little beat up, but what I made was something called a mold box, a box mold, I guess you could say. So I had these little spikes. These little baby spikes. They're very tiny. Tiny. They're just made with foam clay. So these have been cured for a few weeks, for about a week now. So it's been a long time. And I just hot glued this box together with a bunch of 8mm foam scraps. Maratrack, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, I made sure to really seal up the edges so nothing would leak out of this box, because what I ended up doing is using a 2-part silicone mixture to make a silicone mold. So the reason why it's in 2 parts is because when you mix a 1-to-1 ratio of equal parts of both liquids, once it's all mixed together and it activates and it has a chemical reaction after a certain amount of time, this is what you get. You get this silicone little box that you peel out of the mold, and then you have an exact copy of what you made. So now you can fill these molds with resin of any kind, really. You can even use foam clay. You can press more foam clay into these molds to make more foam clay pieces if you want them out of foam clay. But I wanted to try using resin. So the resin I have is also a 2-part resin mixture. So there's a part A and a part B. You mix them together in a 1-to-1 ratio of equal parts. This, so the silicone sets up in about 75 minutes, but the resin is a very quick setting resin, and it sets up in about 10 minutes. You can actually see it casting live. I could actually show it to you. It might be a little bit messy, and I think I'm gonna do resin casting again with the molds at a later stream. I just kind of wanted to show you because I've never made one of these before. I've seen it done hundreds of times, but I just never really had a reason to make a box mold or any kind of silicone mold and cast anything myself out of resin. So I decided to try it out for the first time to make sure that it works okay and the resin is still good, because sometimes you'll get a bad batch if it's dried up a little bit. So I poured in the resin and got 3 perfect copies of the same exact spikes that are in this mold box. And turn it this way. The same 3 spikes. So it's like a 3D printer, but not. Mold Day Monday? Kinda, yeah. And Nectar, thank you for 8 months. Thank you. Mexo, thank you for 6 months. And Proxy, thank you for 11 months. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Manual 3D printer, yeah. So, there's a little bit of flashing depending on how even you can get it. These molds are also very, very tiny, so it's easy to overfill them a little bit. So what I just did is I cut a little strip of sandpaper. This is... Hold on. I have the full sheet over here. That's my Warbler. I have it somewhere. Maybe I don't. I thought I did. Anyway, it's a pretty lower grit sandpaper just because it's rougher. I'm not sure exactly what grit this is, but I just kind of held it flat on the sandpaper and just started sanding it down. Just so that I got it nice and flat, so that way I can glue it on whatever surface I want to glue it on. The smaller ones are a little bit more difficult just because they're so tiny. There's not much to grab onto. But now I'm able to make as many copies of these spikes as I want. I can just keep mixing up more resin to put into the mold, and then just keep popping them out. And because the silicone is so stretchy and squishy, you can very easily pry the molds open to pop out your resin. So it's very, very easy. This was also very easy to separate from the foam in my little foam box. So that's a quick rundown on how to make something like this, but I will be doing this whole mixing process live at a later date when I have things ready to cast. I just wanted to show you guys my first ever attempt when I was restless at 6 in the morning this morning. So I'm gonna set these aside for now and get to the real lesson of today's Arts and Crafts stream. It might seem like Mold Monday, but today we're actually gonna get furry! So I might as well pull up the reference picture for today. Also, so this is just a... Let's see, what are we working with here? Hold on, let's see, 10, 12. So this is about a foot, 12 inches by 12 inches of fur. We don't need a whole lot for what we're working on, but you can see this fur was not packaged very well. You can see this line, this crease, because the fur was folded like this on itself, and then when it's pressed down and packaged, creates this crease. So if you're trying to store fur, I would recommend folding it this way to protect the fur. And also, if you do get a crease, it would be against the fur fibers, so it's a little more hidden. Oh, of course, you could always rough up the fur depending on what you're using it for. This also wasn't very thick fur. It's rather thin. And what I mean by that is if you were to kind of style the fur, you can see the mesh where the fur is sewn into. You can see it right there. If you have really, really thick fur, it's virtually impossible to see the mesh. But it's okay because we don't really need it to be that thick. The most important thing was finding a color match, because I'd much rather find pre-colored fur than having to dye it myself and trying to match the colors with the dye. And the length, because I wanted it to be rather long. Because guess what we're using this fur for? Let me pull up the picture for you guys. Let me crop it a little bit So that way I'm not using the full reference sheet and we can get a nice zoomed in example here. Vienna! Not Cookie Monster! It's Vienna! Alright, so I think I'm gonna have 2 different angles up here. I am also gonna be working on her horns. I do have patterns for those, but I was in a hand sewing mood today. So, that's what we're gonna be doing. Let me crop these a little bit better so you can kind of tell who it is. Alright, I think I'm going to have 2 reference images because they look a little bit different at different angles, and I want to make sure that I get them looking the right way. I'm going to crop these so that you can also see the horns. That way I can just use these cropped references for both the horns and the little floofs. Vienna's cute little floofy floops. Alright, let me add these now. Vienna. Oh, where'd they go? What the heck? Ah, this file type isn't compatible. What the heck? Let me convert these real quick. For some reason, sometimes my files save as GIF files instead of JPEG files, and it's so annoying because it doesn't open with OBS. So I'm just converting these really quick. Bum bada bum bada bum. Downloading these. Okay, let's see if they work now. Yeah, you feel inspired to start your own hand sewing project? Aww. That makes me so happy. Okay, here we go, here we go. Let's open the first reference. There we go. Let's put her off to the side here. And then let me grab the next one. This one is more of a side angle, and I'll show you why we have this one also in a second. Alrighty, so I made a pattern. Let me grab it. This is my pattern here for Vienna's little hair floof, and you can see I took the pattern from the side angle shot here, and that's because this is exactly what it's supposed to look like from the side, like an exact profile side shot. And when you're working with fur, it's easy to take one side, flip it over, and then sew the 2 halves together. And this angle is perfect for that because we'll be able to just use the same shape to trace it onto our fur and then sew it together, and then we can floof it up like this reference and make sure the spikes are nice and styled so that way it kind of mimics the same texture that her little floofies are. So I don't think I'm going to trace these spikes. I just kind of made these spikes just for me, but I think I'm actually going to cut these off and then just style the spikes a little bit afterwards, because trying to sew these specific spikes might look a little wonky when we actually put it together, and we can easily achieve this just by even using hairspray or like wig styling gel. You can, I mean, the fur stands up on its own. Like look at this from the side. It'll stand up. It might lose its structure as it's being worn and shaken around a little bit, but hairspray can fix that easily. So, because I don't want to ruin my first initial pattern, I'm going to make something to help us trace more than one copy. Since we're making 2 floofs, which means we need to make 4 halves of the fur, the floof. So this is like bright orange. I don't know why it's showing up like super dull and gray on camera, but this is like a bright orange piece of poster board, just like construction paper stuff. And I'm going to trace this. This is like thin computer paper. This tends to rip pretty easily, and especially if you're trying to trace around it, sometimes these edges can really catch easily. So we're going to use something with a bit more structure. That way we can trace around this multiple times and we won't have as many issues. The lighting? Yeah, I have 2 giant like bright key lights that light everything up. I just think it's the colors that are kind of acting a little wonky. What type of hairspray would you suggest for styling? Okay, so the hairspray that I live and die by, they also sell a styling gel. It is called Got to Be Glued. It's like got the number 2 and then B, the word B, got to be glued. It is a hairspray. It is a very, 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 I'm actually going to move these pictures out of the way. I'm realizing now that it's covering the alerts. It's a very, very strong hairspray. It is very commonly used for cosplay wigs and wig styling, but it is very strong. So I don't know if I'd recommend it on real hair unless you want something that will hold and not move for forever and ever and ever. I look blue. The orange paper makes me look blue. Yo, listen up, here's a story about a little hound that lives in the blue world, and all day and all night and everything she sees is just blue. So, I am going to... I'll just use a Sharpie. We won't need this on screen for too long. Because I'm not wasteful, we're going to use the corner. But yeah, Got To Be also makes a styling gel. It is a very common product used in the cosplay scene just because it works very well on wigs. And if you guys remember my Bouette wig that I wore to WeebCon, I had like little spikes on that wig that were styled into the wig. And let me just tell you, those spikes were styled with Got To Be hairspray and Got To Be styling gel. It looked almost exactly like that after I took it out of storage, where it was kind of like compressed with a bunch of other wigs on top of it. So it was like sandwiched and folded up, this wig. And when I took it out of the bag again to get it ready for the convention, the spikes were still perfectly intact. And they hadn't separated. They didn't get like tangled. So this styling gel and hairspray is good stuff. It's good. Yeah, it is very strong. It does wash out though. So don't worry about using it on your real hair, because that'll be fine. It'll be fine. Okay, so I traced out this same pattern that I made with this little side profile one that she has. So I'm going to just kind of cut off these little spiky bits. So that way I'm only gonna cut out this nice smooth shape. With just some paper scissors. And then I will no longer be blue, hopefully. I love this stuff. So now we have nice thick poster board that we are going to use as a pattern. We could just trace over this one again and again and again, but because I wanted to modify the shape, you could just cut these off. But for whatever reason, if I wanted to reference this again or maybe use the spikes a different time, I don't want to completely destroy this pattern, so I like to make copies of it just in case. And also, you don't have to print out this whole thing on another piece of paper and waste all that other paper. So, snip, snip. Again, we're going to cut on the inside of our Sharpie line. That way we don't make our pattern too big. I'm no longer blue, so that's great. I'm not feeling blue anymore. I also can't wait till I get back from off-kai because I'm sure I'm gonna have so many stories to tell you guys about. It's gonna be so much fun. Alright. Just a little bit there. So, now that we have our base curve, you can see that it lines up, and we just kind of cut off these little spikes here. So, we can set the paper pattern aside. And now we will be using our beautiful fur. So, a couple tips with working with fur specifically is that when you cut your patterns, you want to pay attention to the way the fur moves. So you can see how Vienna's floofs, they point to the sky. So the fur direction goes this way. You also want to cut your pattern in the same direction as the fur. This just makes it a lot easier. You technically could brush it the other way, but sometimes it just doesn't lay quite right because this is how the fur was made. So make sure to either mark, draw arrows on the back side of the fur if you've got a big piece of fur and you can't really see the direction it's going in easily. This little piece of fur isn't that bad, but you can draw arrows in the direction of the fur. That works too. Be careful drawing on the back of your fur. Throwback to when I cosplayed Ari. She's got a lot of white fur, like white tails. And I ended up using this yellow, like chalk pastel. Because I saw a lot of people using chalk in sewing. Because it just washes right out. But I used an artist chalk instead of like a sewing chalk. So it kind of stained my fur a little bit yellow. So be careful with anything permanent on the back of fur. So I'm actually, I might be using the white fur for another project. I still keep the like old materials that I used to use for my old cosplays, because I like to repurpose everything, and like I don't like to be wasteful, if that makes sense. I like to repurpose things as much as I can. Okay. I'm making sure I'm still on my stream safe music. I don't want to get bonked midway through the stream. Also, don't forget, if you want to enjoy HelloFresh, you can use the link in my chat by using the command HelloFresh or just going to the pinned comment at the top of the chat, or you can go to HelloFresh.com and use my code POGHF109794 to get 16 free meals plus free shipping. We love it. I'm gonna take a sip of my water. So, I'm going to position my fur going in an up direction, because that makes sense to me. Now, this is the most important part, most important tip when using fur, cutting the fur. So, never, ever, ever cut fur with scissors unless you're trying to shorten it or style it a little bit. But when you're cutting it out of the fabric itself, never, ever, ever use scissors. Okay? I'm gonna tell you why. When you use scissors, I don't have my fabric scissors here. I'm just gonna use these old crappy scissors. If you use scissors like this and you cut the fur, this is what happens. The fur becomes blunt and it loses this nice, pretty, wispy length. And it just looks very, very, butchered, I guess. It's like when you try to cut your own hair for the first time and you don't know what you're doing. Yeah, it also sheds a lot because you're cutting off pretty much all of these strands. So it makes a huge mess and it makes your fur very, very blunt. So you want to use a craft knife, a box cutter, utility knife, whatever kind of knife you want to use, as long as it's sharp enough to cut through the fur. But you also don't want to press too hard when you're cutting this out because you can accidentally cut through onto the fur. So you want to make sure you just cut the backing. You can possibly get away with using scissors to cut fur if you separate the fur and very carefully only cut the backing, but it's very, very hard to do. So we're going to be using just my utility knife to cut the fur. But first, we're going to trace our pattern onto our fur. So the fur is going up in this direction. So we want our fur to go up like this. So I'm going to trace. It's okay that I'm using a Sharpie. One, because it's dark, and two, because all of this Sharpie piece is going to be cut off later. Okay. So we've got one floof traced here. Now, because we're working with fabric with two sides, we want to make sure that we mirror our pattern like this and we trace the opposite side. Because I'm really big on conserving material, I'm not going to trace my pattern here. I'm actually going to position it like this. So that way it kind of fits inside of itself. I could also do it like this because we are going to need two of these floofs. But before I trace out all my pieces, I'm going to do one and make sure that it all fits together nicely. Of course, if you have a symmetrical pattern, you don't have to do this, but I like to save fur wherever I can. Maybe I'll cut it like this. I just want to make sure, because if I were to just cut it like this, you know, you're kind of cutting into this side of the fur, and like, let's say you needed a piece of fur this big, but instead of angling this up like that, you know, you're kind of cutting into this other piece. So I like to try to conserve as much room on my fabric as I can. It's not just with fur, it's like with any other kind of fabric I'm working with. Also, because fur specifically can normally be pretty expensive. If you get little squares, you know, 12-inch by 12-inch squares like this, it's cheaper. But normally, if you go to a fabric store or something, even online fabric stores, fabric is usually sold by the yard. So you can always buy a half a yard. Sometimes it's not an available option though, online. And you know, I only need a 12-inch square of this stuff. If I had to buy a whole yard of it, that's a lot of money just for these little floofs. So always make sure to save where you can. Sometimes fur can be $20 to $30 a yard, which is insane. That's a lot. You know, if you could get a little square for $5, that's saving on money and material. So now that we have our 2 curves, I'm gonna cut this out. Also, another helpful tip for saving money: if you go to a fabric store, again, when I cut this out, I'm gonna use enough pressure to cut through the backing, but not too much pressure to cut through the fur on the back side. And it's okay if you have to go over it a couple times. So, also, oh, this is another big, very important thing. So before I cut this out, normally when you sew something, you want to have a seam allowance. A seam allowance is an extra, usually 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch, depending on how big you want it, that goes around the entire shape of what you're sewing. And this is for when you use a sewing machine, or depending on how you're hand sewing it. Because when you sew something, you sew one side to another side. And the stitches, when you're sewing it through a machine, the stitches go like that. So this is where the stitch is. And then whatever leftover fabric you have between the edge and the stitch, this is your seam allowance. This is how much extra fabric you're allowing for the seam to be sewn. You don't want to sew your seam too close to the edge, because then it could just pull open or it could rip easier. So you want to make sure you have enough of a seam allowance. That's if you're sewing it by machine. But because I'm going to be hand sewing it, and the way I hand sew fur is very close edge to edge, so I don't need a whole lot of seam allowance. So I'm just gonna cut out the basic shape. It's okay if it's a little smaller because there is no seam allowance, because this fur is so long and floofy, it'll still look okay. Yeah, it's how much space you have for error. It also helps if you're making a garment, like an outfit. And let's say, you know, you have a very big seam allowance, like a whole inch of seam allowance. And maybe it's a little too small on you, but because you have this massive 1-inch seam allowance, you can just take out the seams. Or if your 1-inch seam allowance makes it too big, then you can just take in more. Just make it a little smaller on you if it's too big. So seam allowances are very important when it comes to sewing. When it's with sewing fur, it's a little different, at least for me personally. But see how I just kind of lightly cut the fur so far, and it just pulls apart nice and even and fluffy. So I didn't cut any of these fur fibers. You can usually tell if you cut the fur fibers because the fur will be everywhere. Yeah, very small cuts. So like I was saying, if you want to save money on fabric, always check, especially if you only need a little bit of a certain kind of fabric, go to your local fabric store, craft store, wherever they sell fabric, and look for their remnants. They usually have this big bin filled with remnants. And what remnants are is usually heavily discounted fabric because it's the end of the roll. So a big roll of fabric is called a bolt. And when the fabric nears the end of its bolt, let's say you have 2 yards of fabric, 2 yards on this bolt, but somebody wants to buy 1.5 yards. So they cut the 1.5 yards off the bolt. They're not going to put a 1/2 yard back on this big bolt of fabric. They're going to take that 1/2 yard, roll it up into a nice little package, and slap a new discounted price tag on it, throw it in their remnants bin because it's just the leftover little tiny fabric bits from an old bolt of fabric that they didn't want to re-roll up on the bolt. So another cool thing about remnants is that if the remnant is on sale, then it usually also applies if the fabric itself is discounted. So just because it's a remnant doesn't mean that it's completely sold out and that's the last of it ever. They usually have more bolts of the same fabric in the back that they'll just put out for the regular store. But let's say if the remnant that you want to buy is still in the store, go find it in the store. And if the fabric itself is on sale, like let's say it's 20% off, you get 20% off your already discounted remnant. So you're just saving so much money off of remnants. This would be considered a remnant pretty much. I could have found this, bundled up at a craft store or something if I got really lucky. So always check the remnant sections of your fabric or craft store if you're trying to find just like a little bit of fabric. You don't want to buy a whole yard of it or a whole 1/2 yard if you just need a little bit. They also sell fabric quarters. You can usually find those. It's a 1/4 of a yard. I think that's why they're called quarters. They're these little tiny bundled up squares of usually cotton. It's usually in the cotton sections. So if you just need like a little bit of just like basic cotton, you can find those little fabric quarters too. Sometimes they're patterned. There's like all different kinds of colors, little characters on them sometimes. Also, if you notice, I'm not cutting it completely like a clean cut like I would with foam. It's okay to kind of pull apart the fur and then cut the remaining fibers just very gently because we really don't want to cut too hard on this fur backing. It's okay if you need to go over it a few times for it to actually cut because you want to be very careful not to ruin your fur. Believe it or not, I learned most of my fur making tips from furries, people who made fursuits and work with fur a lot. They have the information. They have the expertise. They did trial and error. They have all the tips with working with all kinds of fur and different fur techniques. So definitely use your resources. Then you get the all of the wonderful furry videos in your recommended after you watch a bunch of fur making tutorials. There. So I cut these pieces out to be as little wasteful as possible. This is also just because if I happen to mess one of these up, maybe I need to make these a little bit bigger. I can always use this fur again. Unfortunately, I kind of got the edge of the fabric. You can kind of see where the stitching is. This is like the very, very edge of the fabric where it was made. You can see here, this side and this side was all cut from the other piece of the fabric. So this is just kind of like one side of the fabric. But that's okay because we can still use it because it still looks nice from the front. We just have to cut off these more these rougher edges. But there's still plenty of fabric here for us to work with for Vienna's floofies. The little Vienna Tufts. Yeah, that's what we're working on today. So I don't have these cut out all the way yet, but because we took into consideration the direction that the fur is going in when we cut this out, it's already laying nicely in the direction that we want it to be. So I'm gonna finish cutting out these little edges. It is totally fine to take your time when cutting this out. Unlike foam, where you want one long, clean cut with a lot of pressure to make sure it's done in one cut, fur is different in the sense that you don't want to press too hard because you don't want to cut all the way through to the other side where the fur is. So just very gently. It's okay if you have to kind of pull it apart a little bit, just because you'd much rather want to pull it than cutting too hard, but you also don't want to rip the fur a little bit too much. Cut, cut, cut. Almost done with this one. The fur backing is actually a pretty tough fabric, but you still want to be careful when cutting it. No, don't cut. The blade doesn't look very sharp. It is very sharp. I'm just being very, very light with my cuts. But this blade, you know, if I were to cut a piece of foam here, very sharp blade. Very clean cuts. But you do want to be very, very careful. If this was a dull blade, I would have to be hacking at this like crazy. It's just because this is a very strong backed fabric. So it can take a little effort. I'm also doing my best not to cut through because sometimes I get a little heavy-handed with my blade because I'm so used to cutting foam with it and applying a lot of pressure. So I'm trying to channel my nice soft touches. So now we have, it just looks like a floof ball now, but it is the right shape of our Vienna floof. And if we take out our old pattern here, we can style these spikes ourselves if we wanted to. We can also trim these down a little bit so they're a little shorter, so the fur isn't so long. But yeah, that's essentially what our little Vienna floof is going to look like. Looks like the fur is a little bit too long, so you can actually use hair clippers, like a shaver, to shave it down to a certain length if the fur is too long. That's why I like to buy long fur, because you can always shave it down shorter if you need to. Next, we're going to finish cutting out the other side. How hard is it with long nails? I'm just used to my nails, so it's not that difficult for me personally. But if you're not used to, you know, doing stuff with long nails, then it might be a little tricky. Cut is a little narrow because we're very close to the edge of the fabric, so it's easy for it to kind of pull apart here. Holy shit, Striker!
For you treating yourself as you do so much for us Pyre Pups.
Aww. Holy shit. Striker, thank you for the 50! Thank you so much. I will treat myself at off-kai this weekend. Also, be very careful when you're handling a sharp blade. I know I tend to get really close to my hand sometimes, but I'm very aware of where blades are. I very rarely cut myself on blades like this. I tend to cut myself on dumb things like using fabric scissors to cut wigs and by trying to pull apart sewing thread with my bare hands and slicing my hands open like that. So, I don't think I've ever cut myself on one of these before. Just because I'm always very aware, because I know sometimes I need to hold things down close to the blade. You also should always cut away from yourself, but sometimes that's hard to do and it doesn't really work. So just be mindful, be careful. Of course, with practice comes more experience. My nails, so the nail lady, I didn't have the guy that I normally go to. He was busy with somebody else when I was there for my appointment. So I had this other old lady that did my nails, and the gel like didn't set all the way. So you can see it's like peeling off on some of the nails. This one's like all peeled off. It's like one layer is completely gone. There's fur all over me now. So I don't know what the heck happened. It's like all peeled off there. It was like squishy and soft, and it all just kind of like peeled off. Yeah, I don't think it cured. I don't know, but I will be getting them done right before I leave for off-kai, so I'm not too pressed about it. Also, the place I go to is really, really cheap. They charge like $30 for acrylic nails, which is outrageous. So I'm not really pressed about it. So now that we have, give me a second. Now that we have our little Vienna fur tufts. So again, because we're making two, we need 2 halves for each. So this is for one of her tufts. Is that supposed to be cheap? How much are you supposed to be paying? Yeah, so acrylic nails, like the powder that they dip into alcohol and then spread on your finger and paint, they can average about like $60 to $80. Nails can cost up to like $100. Yeah, it depends on if you want fancy designs or like the gems and all kinds of crazy stuff. Even just like basic nails.
Wow, those look epic.
Thank you. The first salon I ever went to get my nails done, I think it was $65, which is a lot, just for like a simple gel, like one color gel. Then I found this new place, and to get something like this, $30 is really freaking good, especially because they hold up very well. The place I went to that I paid $60 at, they just kind of popped off after a week, so I was very, very upset about that. You just do your own gel tips? Damn! Yeah, $30 is a very, very good price. I'm not the kind of person who has to always go back to the salon every 2 weeks to get them filled in. I'll just pop them off myself if I'm not going to be going to any events or like streaming with a hand cam. I just like to, you know, break immersion as least as possible. I'm very low maintenance though. I usually don't have these claws on. So, also, this is something that I'm kind of like self-conscious about, but I have very, very brittle nails. So, like, my natural nail will bend and break off very easily, so I can't actually have them long, and I hate that. I hate my little stubby, gross sausage fingernails. So, it feels like a nice treat, like I'm, like, treating myself whenever I get the chance to, you know, have the excuse to get my nails done for like a hand cam stream or to go to a convention to see you guys, and I can kind of look the part a little bit more, and I feel more confident with my hand cam streams when I'm able to have them look longer, so it makes me happy. And also they feel durable, and I can like scratch my like itches, you know, when I have like an itch on my arm or something, and it's very nice. I've tried everything to fix my nails, but they're just They don't want to cooperate. Tried like, what is it? Zinc or iron or something? Some kind of vitamin? Builder gel or tips? I don't know what it's called. It's the like plastic tip that they glue on and then they put the gel on top. So, with hand sewing, you want to get a sewing needle. This is so sewing needles are different depending on what you want to use them for. This one is just a regular hand sewing needle. I like the longer ones just because they're easier for me to grab and work with. Some of these are like maybe only half the length of this one. Some of them are longer, some of them are thicker. Depending on the kind of fabric you want to sew through, you might need a thicker, stronger needle if you're working with a thicker, stronger fabric. Needles for sewing machines are different because they need to be able to be inserted into the machine and fit right. So another thing to consider, there's also different kinds of sewing needles for your machines and stuff like that, but we're just using just like a basic needle. You can tell I've used this one a lot with a bunch of different fabrics because it's kind of curving a little bit. So I have my little spool of thread here. This is just like the basic, like just cheap colored thread. They usually have this in black and white, just like sitting in huge bins at like craft stores. Yeah, machine needles usually are thicker, yeah. Depending on you, like the fabric you're working with. Usually like, if you're working with stretchy fabric, you want a thinner needle so it's not pulling as much on the stretchy fabric. But normally, when you're sewing, you want a thread that matches the color of the fabric that you're using. This mostly applies to something like a shirt or like a piece of wearable, I guess, like a piece of clothing, I guess, where you'll probably see the stitches. But with fur, because it's so thick and floofy, it's very easy to hide your seams and therefore hide your stitches. So if I'm working with like a lighter color, I'll tend to go with white thread. If I'm working with a darker color, I'll tend to go with black thread, just because this is a lot cheaper than trying to color match exact thread. Because if you're only going to sew around these tiny little floofs, you're not going to want to spend a lot of money buying thread that you're only going to use for this project. Then you have a bunch of blue thread that you're never going to use again. So I'm just going to use this black thread, and I'm also going to use my scissors to cut it with, because I'm not going to cut myself trying to rip it with my bare hands. I do also have like little tiny thread snips. I didn't bring them though. I keep all my crafting stuff at my parents' house because I have more storage space over there than where I currently live. So what I'm going to do is grab a length of thread. And I like to double up my thread. So if I line up my two edges, I have like this nice long string here. So what we want to do, this is the hardest part for some people. You want to take one end of your thread and loop it through the needle. Can you see that tiny, tiny little hole? It's hard to see because it's not focusing, but there's a tiny, tiny, tiny little hole, and we need to thread it through there. I usually get this on my first try, like that. Now it's through the needle. Just because I've done this a million times, it's very easy for me. There is a tool that helps you thread the needle. It's like a wider ring that you put the thread through, and then you thread the ring through the tiny little loop, and then you just pull it through. So now that the needle is there, I'm just going to push it down towards the middle of our loop here, and then I'm going to gather the two ends and tie a knot. So what I like to do is take both ends of the thread, make a loop, and then wrap it around and push it through the loop. Come on. Make a bigger loop. There. Like that. And because this thread is a little thin, I like to do this a couple times so I get a nice thick, a nice big knot. So I do this a couple times to make a bunch of knots so that way they all kind of join together. Because you don't want your thread going through your fabric, because if your knot isn't big enough, then it can just go right through whatever you're sewing. But we want this knot to be able to stop the fabric, or stop the thread from going through the fabric rather. So now that we have our little piece of thread with the needle attached to it, harder or easier with the nails? I think I'm just not used to it with the nails. So now, when you sew something, you want to make sure that the wrong sides of the fabric are facing out. You don't want to put the nice, pretty sides of the fabric together and then sew around it, because then you get an ugly seam. When you look at that, you don't want that ugly seam showing. So we're going to take our two pieces so that way the wrong sides of the fabric are showing like this. And because we cut out two pieces that were mirrored, they lie together very well like this. Now comes the fun part. Solar, thank you for 16 months! Thank you, thank you, thank you. If it does go through, is it okay to pull it back through? Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, you can always just redo it. So, fur is my absolute most favorite kind of fabric to hand sew, just because it's so therapeutic. It's so forgiving and it's so easy. You don't have to worry about, you know, making knots and like ugly loops and seams, because it all gets hidden inside this little fur pocket that we're gonna make. And it doesn't, like, it's just so easy. It's so easy. So what I like to do is, because sometimes the fur shifts a little bit, I like to start at the tip because I want these to be lined up perfectly. And then I'm gonna start from one top edge, go down the side, and then I'm gonna get another thread and sew down the other side. We're gonna wanna leave the bottom open for now, because these are gonna get stuffed with pillow stuffing to make them extra poofy and fluffy. So let's just see how this looks. This is kind of like the first test of our pattern with the fur to see what it looks like. So what you want to do is just kind of stuff the fur inside of itself. So you get the fibers out of the way and you can see the backing of the fabric. Now what you're gonna wanna do is this is gonna be so hard to show you with how bad the camera quality is. It's not bad quality, it just doesn't focus very well. So you're gonna wanna put the fabric through one side, kind of relatively close to the edge, depending on how big you want your seam to be. And then you're gonna put it through the same exact spot on the other side, like that. Just gonna tuck this in a little. So now that the needle is through both pieces of the fabric, you can pull your thread all the way through and just stop there because we tied a little knot to prevent it from going through. Is this what safety pins are actually for? No. So, in order to properly secure our first stitch and every stitch afterwards, this is definitely necessary for the first stitch, but not necessary for all the other stitches. So, because we pulled our thread through once, it's kind of loose and it can go back and forth and pull apart. So to prevent that from happening, we're going to move over a little bit, stick our thread or stick our needle back through both pieces of fabric. Start pulling the needle through. Sometimes the fur gets caught in your thread. So Gotta be a little careful. That's why I like to tuck it in so it stays out of the way. So while you're pulling your thread back through, you want to remember not to pull it all the way just yet. I'm gonna show you why. So we're gonna pull our thread through, and you can see that there's a little loop, a little double loop from both ends of the thread. What we're gonna do with this loop is take our needle and put it through this loop, and then pull the loop tight. And get the fur out of there first. So what this does is it makes another knot. Now this is not going anywhere. This is only necessary to keep your fabric pieces together for the first seam, and then you can just, I think it's called a whip stitch, where you just put it through, loop it around, put it through, loop it around, put it through, loop it around. But I like to do this knot on every stitch, just because it makes me feel a little bit safer about the fur never, ever, ever coming undone at the seams, and it just makes me happy. Steady with a hand with a needle. I've just been doing this for a long time. I'm definitely steadier than a blade. So this is where it becomes really satisfying. Because we are only doing half of this now, we can push all of the fur down into where our seam's gonna go. And so now we have this nice even edge that we can sew to, because the fur is all out of the way. So I'm going to stick my needle back through again. And then pull it through this loop again. And then, can you see that? Look at that loop. Look at that. It's so satisfying. So you're just going to keep moving down further and further until we get to the bottom. Going to bed? Have a good night. Thank you for stopping by today. I'm just gonna keep going down this little floof. Now again, you don't have to hand sew this. You could do it with a machine. It would be a lot faster. But this, just like hand sewing fur specifically, is so relaxing and so therapeutic to me that I just... So this is gonna be crazy, right? So I've talked about cosplaying Ari before in the past. I feel like Ari's a very popular character. Ari from League of Legends. She's a 9-tailed fox, for those of you who don't know. So she's got 9 tails, and her tails are relatively big. My crazy brain decided to hand sew around every single tail. They were about 5 feet long, and there were 9 of them. And I hand sewed every inch around those massive tails. I kid you not. I brought those tails everywhere. Just like, because I was kind of on a time crunch too, which is even more crazy. I got that done in like 20 days. The whole thing. It was just so therapeutic for me. I just love doing it so much. The only thing is that sometimes with fur, it gets caught in the thread. So you kind of have to finagle it a little bit. But machine sewing fur is easy enough. It's simple. You just want to definitely make sure you have enough seam allowance. And you also want to make sure to brush out the fur, because if you're using a machine, the fur fibers can get caught between the stitches when you're machine sewing, but it is pretty easy to just brush out the fur fibers from the stitches. There. Nice little loop-de-loop. Once we start getting closer to the middle, it'll stop getting caught in that little tuft at the top. I'm trying to make it look pretty, but it really doesn't have to be, because this is never gonna be seen by anybody once it is complete. It's gonna be nice and sandwiched. I have stabbed myself with sewing needles quite a few times, but it doesn't really bother me. Yeah, I'm doing a sewing stream. Welcome, welcome. I'm sewing Vienna's little floofs, her little hair floofs. I just felt like hand sewing. Hand sewing fur is just so relaxing for me. Even how often the thread gets caught in the fur fibers, but that's okay. It doesn't have to look perfect. We can have ugly loops everywhere. So relaxing. I'm glad you guys are having a good time. It's also easier to sew bigger pieces together. They don't shift around too much. I'm just making my loops. And this one's caught on something. Right there. Ooh, there you are. Silly little knot. There's some fur stuck in there. Grandmaster Kitty, thank you for 12 months, a whole year. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Monkey, thank you for the gift sub. It's not for a cosplay. Oh my goodness, my thread is all over the place. I'm so out of practice. So I always advertise that I've been cosplaying for a decade now. I'm a master level craftsman cosplayer that competes in cosplay competitions, or at least used to compete in cosplay competitions. So talking about my cosplay experiences made me really miss crafting and making stuff, and I felt like I would never have the time to make stuff anymore since becoming a streamer, and that made me really sad. But then I had the bright idea to just stream myself crafting things. And I can't make very big projects because I only have the space at my desk really to make them. So I decided to make little tiny horns of my VTuber friends' designs. And then I thought it would be really cute to just give them to my friends as gifts the next time I see them all. So that's my goal. There, you can really see where it got caught on this little fluff. So I'm trying to pull this fluff off. Might just cut it off. Yeah, my reference photos are at the top of the screen there. I'm making her floof. We're also going to be working on her horns. I have the patterns for those made already. I'm trying not to cut my thread. I should have brushed out my fur, but I totally forgot to bring my fur brush. You can really just use any like dog, like pet brush, like one of those wire brushes. Those are great for fur. Oh, there we go. I can just do that. Nice. Okay. I also think I might have made my thread a little bit too long. Sewing fur drives you nuts? It's my favorite thing to hand sew. It might look a little crazy, but oh my goodness, I love it so much. Maybe I'm just crazy. There we go. Much better. We're all a bit crazy. Also, it's easy to pull your fabric pieces in different directions. So I always like to make sure that things are still lining up. I could just pin it, but nah. Fur is so easy to like fix. It's so forgiving, at least in my opinion. Especially when it's all done. See, like I'm fixing these little seams. I really don't have to fix these because they're not going to be seen at all. Because this is all going to get turned inside out. And it'll be nice. Nice and hidden. I'm also just a sucker for these tiny little tight stitches. Just holds everything together so nicely. And because I'm making an extra loop and making a knot in each stitch, this is not going to go anywhere. Another thing about making knots with each stitch is that if one of your stitches were to rip open, it won't continue to fall apart because the next stitch has a knot in it. So cozy. Plushie? No, we're making Vienna's horn floofs right up here, her little hair tufts. Yeah, they could always come undone. It also depends. I doubt these little horn fluffs will have much like tension and stress and wear on them just because they're just kind of sitting on top of the head. But if it's something else like, you know, something that goes around your body, I guess like a fursuit, you know, if it's like an inseam, like a crotch seam, or maybe like in the armpit or something, you know, those are areas that have a lot of movement. So you'd want to make sure to definitely reinforce those. No wonder grandmother's stitching holds up so well. Although thread can get old. Old thread can easily fall apart in your hands. You can easily rip that and just pull it apart with your hands. Depends on the quality of the thread too. Yeah, I think, yeah, I started hand sewing before I started machine sewing anything. Because my dad taught me how to use a sewing machine. It belonged to my grandmother. But I think I taught myself hand sewing. I don't really remember the first time I properly hand sewed. I think I tried making a plushie. I think I made like a really ugly... I made this super fucking ugly plushie, man. So, if you guys have seen Fairy Tale, the anime, there's this little flying cat character, and his name is Happy. And I tried to make my own plushie of Happy out of, like, it wasn't even fleece. It was, like, the thinnest, grossest felt. And it was just, like, this little bean shape that I used. That I sewed around. I think that was the first thing I ever tried hand sewing. It might have been before then. I don't know. I just remember it being so ugly. I don't have it anymore. It was a long, long time ago. I think it was before I even started cosplaying. I don't remember. It might have been after I started cosplaying. Did I sew for Ace? I think I did. Yeah, so Ace was my first cosplay, Ace from One Piece. And I made pretty much everything from scratch, or at least as much as I could. So he's got this beaded necklace, right? And they're these really thick, heavy, not heavy, but they're really thick, big red beads, like circular beads. And I said, I'm not going to go out and buy beads. I'm going to make my own out of clay. So I sculpted them with oven-baked clay. There were these dense clay balls that I drilled. I used my dad's drill. Well, I say that, but my dad helped me. And I drilled my own holes through these balls so that I could use something to thread them with. And my big brain had the bright idea to use sewing thread to thread these giant heavy clay balls, and they never broke. Miraculously, they never did, but it was just like the tiniest little thread holding these heavy clay necklace on my neck. It was so crazy. That might have been the first thing I kind of sewed. That's not really sewing, it's just kind of threading thread. Some sturdy balls, yeah. How am I? I'm doing great. Good comfy stream. Wonderful sponsor for today's stream. Sponsored by HelloFresh. Speaking of, you can use the HelloFresh command in chat, or check out the pinned message at the top of chat, or go to HelloFresh.com and use my code POGHF109794 to get 16 free meals plus free shipping. I love HelloFresh. I'm going to be doing another stream showing you guys the food after I make it. It's very, very easy to use. Very, very affordable, especially using my code. So if you want to try it for the first time, now is the time while my code is active. You'll save a ton of money on that. Have enough space to make a new happy? I don't think I'd want to. It's like, at my point in life, I just have the money to buy a real happy plushie now. I was on a plushie arc for a while. I tried making... I ended up hating the way it looked, so I just, like, trashed it. Back in my League arc, when the Star Guardian skins came out, and all of the League Star Guardian champs had their own, like, magical mascot creature, I wanted to make Ari's. I think his name was Kiko. So I tried making my own Kiko, and I made, like, a little plushie, and I sculpted the eyes and nose, and put, like, a shiny clear coat on it, so they were, like, sparkly and pretty, and I airbrushed. There's, like, a pink... I think it was like a pink gradient that was on its like tail and stuff. League stream. I don't know about that. I don't know. But now that we're getting further from this annoying like floof that kept getting caught in my stitches, it's been a much smoother sailing. So they're not perfect stitches, but you can see about how far apart they are. And it's much easier to kind of press the fur inside so we can really get a good look at the fabric backing that we're sewing. Still making sure it's all lining up okay. Making sure I'm not shifting it too much. I am making Vienna, true. The League gamer. I'd probably play League for Vienna. I'd play with her. She can re-teach me the ropes since it's been 7-8 years since I last played it. Did I like it? I think I enjoyed it because I played with some friends at the time and they made it fun. They made me feel like...
Hello everyone. How are we doing today?
They didn't like
Cinder,
make me feel bad.
Hopefully you're doing well today. I was just singing to some of my favorite songs and kinda forgot that you were streaming, Cinder.
That's okay.
That's what happens when you sing your emotions out.
You can
get
still
lost
sing.
in them. Sinder 6 embarrassed, Sinder 6 embarrassed.
Don't even worry about it. Convince there's nothing I can't do? What do you mean? I just have a lot of knowledge on how to make a bunch of different things. Because, I mean, over the course of 10 years that I've been cosplaying, I've made my fair share of things. Definitely quite a variety of things. Crabby boy mane. This is looking so good. It probably doesn't look like much to you guys, but I am very happy with it so far. We do just be sewing. Sewing stream. Last stream before I leave for off-kai. I'm so excited. There's so many cool things happening lately. Makes me happy, happy, happy. Have I ever changed a cosplay selection before a competition? You mean like what cosplay? Like what cosplay I'm making? No. One, because cosplays usually take a very long time to build, especially one for a competition. And two, usually you have to pre-register for the competitions well in advance. So, you also kind of have to stick with what you're doing. Do the voices ever get loud? No, but the crackling does.
You say that this will be your last stream and my brain is like, yeah, we're gonna miss her.
Aww.
And I'm telling my brain, the less we think about it, the better.
Aww. Well, depending if you're going to off-kai or not, you will see me at the convention. And I also might have something else on the way that'll make up for it. That'll make up for me being away. So we'll see. We'll see where things go. Chad, I'm not going away forever. I'll be away for like a little less than a week, I think. Yeah, you guys can say your goodbyes. No, I still have my YouTube channel with my highlighted, edited videos from my streams, from the lovely Kaiser. I also have my VODs that are uploaded onto my VOD channel. So don't worry. It's okay. I will be back. I'm gonna be back. Guys, when I come back, I'll be able to cook some yummy HelloFresh meals and show them to you guys on stream. Don't forget to use my link or go to hellofresh.com and use my code POG HF109794 to get 16 free meals plus free shipping. You getting hungry? I'm feeling kind of hungry. So that will happen when I come back from off-kai. But also, we're gonna be celebrating my 1-year debut anniversary the week I come back from off-kai. Next week we're celebrating, guys. This isn't a sad time. This is exciting and happy. Because there's going to be some cool stuff for stream for my 1-year anniversary.
Cinder, I could have seen you at WeebCon, but me and the boys weren't informed. Me and my boys can't even afford to go to Off-Kai if we wanted to.
That's okay.
I do hope that you have fun at Off-Kai though. This doesn't mean you should listen to me on staying, just go out there and have fun. Cinder 6 heart, Cinder 6 heart.
Although, if you were near WeebCon, I will probably be there again next year. So stay tuned. I know. It doesn't feel like a year. It feels like it's only been like a couple months, but it also kind of feels like it's been 5 years. Like the time goes by so fast, but I feel like I still feel like a new baby streamer. But I've also done so much. Like things that sometimes take years to accomplish. And I've just been so fortunate to not only have such a supportive community behind me and standing next to me. It's just... I'm so thankful. Yeah, all of these cons are in United States of America, but I will also be going to TwitchCon Paris. It's gonna be my first international convention, my first time traveling outside America, so it'll be a lot of fun. It'll be very exciting. You didn't know I was that new? I look like I know what I'm doing? That's the secret. As long as other people believe that you know what you're doing, you're fine. Just wing it. I don't know what I'm doing. I admit that I don't know what I'm doing.
I really wish there were more VTubercons in / around Texas.
Have confidence.
Carly is way too far to travel, but like 9 of the 10 cons are there.
In Texas? I've also been to
I like how you're celebrating your 1-year anniversary next week. Meanwhile, my 3-year-old anniversary on YouTube is this year.
Aww.
God, I feel old.
Yeah, I just celebrated a 3-year YouTube anniversary back in April. If you know, you know. But yeah, WeebCon is in Texas. There's also what was it called? I just said it. In San Antonio, San Japan. That's what it is. San Japan and San Antonio. I did go to that convention a couple times back in my cosplay travel arc. So if you're closer to that area too, that was also a really fun convention. And the venue was so pretty. It's so beautiful there, like by the Riverwalk and everything. So many really great photo opportunities. Although the Gaylord, where WeebCon was at, was also really pretty. But that's like pretty inside areas, which I like, because then it's not too hot.
Hey Cinder, I've recently gotten into cosplay and I wanted to ask for a tip or two
Hell
with
yeah.
the best way to make yourself look taller without stilts in addition to heels.
So, it depends on how much taller you want to be. If you want to like physically be taller, yeah, heels are an option. Also platforms, they don't have to be heels necessarily. You can get like a chunky base to your shoes and it'll just like raise you up a few inches instead of, you know, walking on your heels, or I guess on the balls of your feet, like heels. But you can also get these little shoe inserts. They kind of look like door stoppers. They're little wedges, and they're kind of like heels that you can put inside your shoes. So when you put your shoe on with these little things inside your shoe, it gives you that little bit of extra height because your heels are lifted off the ground a little bit. So they do make those too. They look like little ramps, like little door stoppers. You know, the little like triangular door stoppers looking things? They look like that. Another thing...
Just stretch your bones, chat. Cinder 6 Pyro, let's go.
Another thing you could do, if you just kind of want the appearance of looking taller and not necessarily being physically taller with added height, depending on how your clothes fit you and what they're made out of, you can actually create the illusion of being taller, depending on how your pants fit, how like the length of the pant looks on your leg and your body specifically and your proportions. You can create the illusion. There's a lot of like fashion vloggers and stuff that talk about this, so definitely look around YouTube on how to elongate your body, even in photos. If you just want to look taller in photos, there's a bunch of different poses and camera angles that can create the illusion of you looking much taller than you actually are. I hope that helps. You're eepy? Go get eeps. Go to bed.
Holy shit, I had to take a second take.
What?
I just checked your debut video and realized that your birthday is 5 days before my YouTube anniversary.
Hey, yo. I do be a September baby. Alright, so we pretty much have about half of one floof sewn. So, we didn't sew all the way. Halfway, but that's okay because we do want a little bit of space for the like the stuffing. So now I'm going to show you guys how to finish off a stitch. What you want to do is make sure you end on a little knot thread. You know, you want to loop it, create a knot if you haven't been doing that the whole time. Cut the thread off your needle. I'm just so used to, so I usually work on the floor and like I'm used to sticking the needles like straight up into the carpet. It's such a bad habit that I have. Please be careful where you put your needles. Don't be like me. So you're gonna want to take both pieces of your thread. I like to pull it tight like this, and then I make a couple more loops, kind of like what we did to start our little thread loop, our little knot here. So, I'm gonna get in there. It's like fur sticking to me everywhere. So I create a little loop with a knot and you pull it tight like this. But like the first stitch that we started, that's just a tiny little knot. So we want to build it up and make it a little bit bigger so it doesn't have the chance of slipping back through and coming undone. So I like to do this a couple times just to make sure it is super extra secure. This is also how I finish off my seams when I'm using a machine to sew, because when you're using a sewing machine you actually have two threads. One comes from the top and one comes from the bottom. The bottom thread is called the bobbin. So you've got your needle thread on the top and your bobbin thread on the bottom, and then you can also take those two pieces and tighten them. I am awful when it comes to finishing my seams nicely, so what you want to do is cut off this thread. It also comes in handy for when you're sewing something else so you don't accidentally sew through another thread. So I'm just going to cut this off nice and close to our little knot, but not too close because you don't want it to come undone easily. I'm also going to go back to our first knot that we made and cut off all this extra thread here like that. You can see where we started sewing this, some of the fur got a little stuck just because it's so close to all this wispy long fur. but it's easy to pull that out. Our loops, or our knots, got a little bit looped up. You can kind of see these messy little loops here, just from the fur getting stuck. Sometimes that happens, but that's okay. It doesn't have to look pretty, because when the other side is sewn, what we're gonna do is flip this inside out. And this is why I love working with fur. So you can see the seam here, but when you fluff all this up, you are never going to be able to see the seam unless you're like actively looking for it. Even like brushing the fur aside, it's hard to pinpoint exactly where this seam is. So once we sew up the other side, we'll be able to stuff it, make it look a little poofy, and then we will have a little curved Vienna floof. I probably will shorten the fur a little bit, just so that way you can see the shape a little bit more. But yeah, this is where we're at with it right now. And you can also see how small this little curved bean shape looks in comparison to when it's in its fur form. It looks a lot thicker and bigger just because the fur is so long. But I think I will be trimming it down a little bit. But we can also style it. See, it already kind of looks like her floof a little bit, depending on how we want to style it. That looks so pretty. Also, the way it looks on camera is not very accurate. In person, it looks a lot like a deeper blue, like Vienna's floof. Looking so good. Thank you, Kaiser. Hold on, can I hold it up? Will it get darker? No. It's more like this color here. You can see how it's like darker from here to here? It looks more like this in person. It's also the closest color match I could find, so I could always airbrush it to be a little bit darker if I wanted to, or dye it. So cute, thank you. So clothes, so Vienna floof, so fur. So we're gonna make another thread for our needle, but first I'm gonna kind of stuff the rest of this fur in, so it's a little easier on me.
I wish I could sew, it would come in handy. I took a sewing class in high school for an easy A. Boy, was I in for a bad time. I was horrible at it.
Aww.
I did an entire semester of it and almost failed. Cinder 6 cry.
The thing with creative projects like that, like an art class, like a sewing class like that, you shouldn't be graded on your skill, because like there's not really a wrong way to sew as long as the thread goes through the fabric and it holds, you know? But even so, like with practice, it gets easier, and I feel like your teacher should have helped you, like given you the support to learn it better. You know what I mean? I feel like that's kind of sus. Setting you up for failure like that. What the hell? I would have given you special tips like I am here. When's the cosplay test? There is no tests. Not in my class. Because I like to say, when you learn something, as long as there's something you can take away from the class, you know. You might not remember how to thread a needle, you might not remember how to make a certain stitch properly, but as long as you took something away...
The teacher looked at my work and was like, you should have probably dropped this class, never did sewing again.
Oh no.
You should totally record everyone's reactions when you give them their props, if they would allow it anyway.
Well, I have a feeling they already kind of know that I'm making these, so they could always just watch my VODs if they wanted to see. Maybe I can do little finishing touches off stream. So it's kind of like a little bit of a surprise. Maybe like attaching them to the headbands I'll do off stream. Maybe I'll do one on stream because they're probably going to be about the same process. It's like I've got a bunch of friends. Like I have some patterns already made for more friends, but I'm just like, let me control myself and actually start making the ones that I have patterns for. Because I wanted to do like Numi, Vienna, and Tricky on stream because I showed, like I teased those already. But after I made the patterns and teased them, I wanted to start working on stuff right away. But I wanted to do it on stream. But I couldn't stream at that time. So I just made more patterns for more of my friends. So they're ready for when I want to make something else. Also, it's like a backup plan too. If for whatever reason, you know, I want to do the next step in a foam clay build, but the foam clay maybe needs some more time to cure or something like that. You know, I have extra time. Got like a buffer, got a little window. So I'm gonna start at the tip again, so that way everything is all lined up nicely. And I'm just gonna try to work the fur back inside. It's usually a little bit harder doing the second seam because you're trying to shove all this fur in this little pouch, this little pocket. But I'm gonna do my best. T-Bone Head, thank you for a whole year. Thank you, thank you. And Kira, thank you for 5 months. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Made the patterns yourself? Yeah, I did. So, how I make my patterns. So we have Vienna's here, like hair floof here, and then I'll also pull out the patterns for her horns. So this fur is getting everywhere. It sheds sometimes. So this is actually a great example because this side profile reference photo is exactly what I used to make all these patterns. So you can see the horns here. They're the same exact angle and size, scaled from her head to my height and my proportions. It's kind of like angled more like this actually. You can kind of see I dragged this reference sheet into Adobe Illustrator and then scaled it up to my height and my proportions. And then I just traced around her reference art, and I made my own little patterns out of paper. And I'm gonna use the other angles to style the little floofs a little bit better. Make sure I get the angles of the horn on the head correct. But this side profile is like perfect, especially for these more complex shaped horns. Because this is like exactly like a top-down side view of what they should look like. So it'll be super easy for me to sculpt these. So I have a great little template for that. Something like Tricky's ears, for example. Let me get them. Where'd they go? Tricky? Tricky! Tricky! Where are you? Chat, Tricky's missing. I'm trying to do a thing here. Oh, right here. I found it. Tricky fell on the floor. She's a little clumsy. Okay, so for Tricky's ears, for example, unlike Vienna's horns, they have a very clear side profile for the reference, so I can sculpt these exactly to these dimensions. But when I trace Tricky's ears, it's different because this little flap here folds over on itself, kind of like an ear. You can even see in my ears here, there's like this little fold on the inner ear. So I had to figure out how much extra material I would need to fold this over to get it to match up to where this line is. So this one took a little bit more finagling. I couldn't just use this pattern in order to make the ear to get a more three-dimensional shape. But when I sculpt this horn, I can sculpt it kind of like this test horn I made out of foam clay. So I'll be able to use this as a pattern to just kind of sculpt this horn to the same shape and same curve. So there's a bunch of different ways to do it, but that's why I like using this poster board, because it's nice and thick and I can reuse this, open it up, trace it on whatever kind of inner structure I want to use for her ear. You also want to cut out a curve that fits the same curvature of your head depending on what angle you want it to sit on your head at. So yeah, this is usually how I make patterns. I'll do it digitally first, and then this way I can get an accurate size. You know, I can kind of line this up and then cut it to the curve of my head afterwards. But just to get a general idea of how big it should be in real life, and then I can use this as a reference to make something a little bit more, I guess, fleshed out that I can use as a proper pattern, a full pattern. Also, if you have a little bit of trouble, if you want to make some special ears like this, but you're not really sure how to go about making this extra kind of measurement, what you can do is buy and download pre-made patterns. So these are a bunch of different animal ears. These are specifically for like cats, wolves, and foxes. These are also from Kinpetsu. I used her Super Crown pattern when I made the Super Crown. So these are all different size ears. And right here, it shows you where the ear fold is. So whenever you cut this out of foam or fur or anything you want to use, you know exactly where to fold it on this line. And there's your ear. See, look, it's my ear. So having these pre-made patterns can be very helpful, and you can also alter these patterns. You know how I use the cardstock, the poster board here? What you can do is take this base pattern. This is like your control, right? We're doing an experiment here. You can take this, trace it onto a thicker material, so that way you have something easier to work with. And then you can modify the shape of this ear. Let's say maybe you want an ear that with like a chunk taken out of it. Maybe you're a battle, I don't know, you've been in a battle. So what you can do is draw, maybe you're a bad boy. You can draw kind of a different shape that you want, or if you want these ears to be shaped differently, at least you have a base to go off of. This is also already pre-cut to the curve of your head, or at least a general head curve. So when you cut out where you want this to kind of be torn off, you can fold it over and check to make sure that it still looks okay with the fold in it, and then you have a new pattern without destroying your original pattern. That's why I like to trace it onto something a little bit thicker and easier to use as a stencil or as your proper pattern. I do have so I ended up using this as a little example. So I took this small cat ear pattern, I traced this onto poster board, and I modified it myself. So I made my own. I wanted a much smaller, wider cat ear. So I ended up using this pattern as a base. It has the same curve and everything, but I modified it to the exact size and shape that I wanted it to be. And the curve, like the little fold line, is a little bit further back because I wanted more of the inner ear showing. So when this is all said and done, I have a little fluffy ear like this. Instead of it being a thinner inner ear, it's now nice and thick like that. So you can see how you can go from a base pattern like this and modify it into something a little different, something more unique, depending on your source material or what you want it to look like. So that's a really good tip. That's Kenputsu Cosplay, who makes those printable patterns that you can buy and download, and they're so easy to make. She has wonderful resources. So we will continue with the floofs. Any cons in Australia? Oh my goodness, I would love to go to Australia someday. I don't have any plans personally. That'd be a very, a very long trip for me and a very big expense. But something that people don't know is that you guys can request guests at your local conventions, any convention that you're going to. So if you want to fill out a guest form, like a guest request form, you absolutely can. And then they might end up reaching out to me and inviting me to the convention. And that would be a lot easier on me, and it would also increase the chances of me going. Although virtual is one thing, but if they want to be there in person, that's a little bit harder to do. So yeah, if you want me to go to, I don't know, San Diego Comic-Con, right? SDCC, baby. I doubt that would ever happen. But if you wanted to request, you can absolutely do that. Every convention has guest requests. Just start your own convention. I do. This year, I tried to make it to as many conventions as I wanted to. I felt mega FOMO last year when everybody was going to Anime Expo and Off-Kai and Fanime. I couldn't go to Fanime, but I still tried to make it to as many conventions as I could. So I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do as much traveling this year as I did last year. Or next year as I did this year. That's what I meant. Just because traveling takes a lot out of you, and I'm also not really able to stream as easily. So I kind of miss out on hanging out with you guys for some streams. And then trying to catch up on a lot of my work after being away for so long is also really hard. So I'm probably going to be limiting how many conventions I go to in person for next year. Especially after this convention gauntlet, we'll see, because I've got Off-Kai next weekend, and then Anime Expo a couple weeks after, and then flying right from AX to TwitchCon Paris. So I'm probably going to be super dead after that. But we'll see. Because I love going to conventions. I love seeing you guys, but, you know, sometimes traveling is a lot. How about invite me to more East Coast cons? Then I won't have to fly all the way to, like, California. Even like Texas. Texas was cool. Texas was fun. I love Texas. I think that was like my 3rd time in Texas for WeebCon. So yeah. Don't forget that you guys can actually request guests for conventions. Request me for NYCC. Ooh. What about Anime NYC? I've always wanted to go to those. I think they're in the same venue. Same convention center. I mean, that's not just me. You know, if you want to see other VTubers there, fill out more than one guest request. Maybe they'll reach out to somebody. Maybe they'll start inviting VTubers to these big conventions. You never know. Yeah, Javits Center, is that where it is? One of my friends goes to New York conventions all the time. She just loves it there. MegaCon Orlando? I've also always wanted to go to holiday Matsuri. It's like it's in Florida, and it's like all Christmas themed, and it's usually in December around Christmas time, and everybody's wearing like holiday versions of characters. It's the cutest thing ever, and I've always wanted to go, although I hear that they're outgrowing the current venue that they're at, so it might be at a different venue this year, next year maybe. But oh my goodness, it always looks like so much fun. Oh, Matt, yes please. It's in the middle of a week this year? Like Wednesday? What? How does that work? It's not on a weekend? Huh? I mean, that doesn't affect me. I could still go probably. I doubt it. I'm gonna be so busy. I think TwitchCon Vegas might be my last con of the year. We'll see. Depends if any other cons invite me anywhere last minute. We still have half a year to go. It's Wednesday to Friday. Huh, that's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen a convention do that. I wonder why. Is it because it's like the week before Christmas where people usually have off? Or the week after? People usually have the week like between Christmas and New Year's off, right? I feel like a lot of schools and I guess some workplaces, depending on what they are. Magic Mark, thank you for 9 months. Happy sub, baby. Thank you. And Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you. Let me make sure I'm still on the stream safe music. Yeah, we're good. We're good. It's 20 to 22. Yeah, right before. I don't know. Might be kind of a hectic time to request for time off work, though. Am I eepy? No, I'm just chill. Just having a chill time. Chill chat time. Christmas is on that Monday, so ending it on Sunday would be a quick turnaround. They could just do it like another week in December. You know what I mean? I feel like it doesn't have to be the like right before Christmas. You have friends that are locals there and they're confused? I don't know. I did hear that they're growing out that venue if they are still gonna be in that same venue. So maybe they're trying to cut down on attendees so they don't have as many crowding the convention center. I don't know. Depends what field you're working in. For time off, yeah. Had to pay $60 for parking. Oof. I've been to my fair share of conventions with insane parking garage rates. Can be up to $60 for a day, and if you're there the whole weekend, that adds up fast. And that sucks. Holiday season is Thanksgiving and New Year's Eve, so anytime between? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I don't know. I don't know their reasons. Although, usually conventions are locked into contracts for a certain amount of time, certain amount of years, and they usually have their dates already selected for the time that their contract is active. So, I don't know. I don't know if they accidentally picked those dates to reserve and didn't realize that it wasn't a weekend. I don't know. I have no idea. It's that or walk several miles carrying too much cosplay stuff. Oh my goodness. That's so true.
Well, Cinder, little update on my Fire Force cosplay before I go to bed. I was able to buy actually fire gear and plan to paint the reflective bands on the gear the same blue that's on the gear and or make it glow anyways. Good night, Cinder and chat.
Have a good night. And good luck on finishing it. Maybe it was a weekend before and they reserved the same dates, not realizing? Maybe. Wanted to go to off-cab, but your job didn't accept your days off. That's BS. That's when you just call out. No, don't do that. Don't do that. That's not a good thing to do. It sucks. Usually I talked about like how I'd compete at these events, and my coworkers and my bosses always thought that was like super cool. So they're like, yeah, go do your event and go win. And I was like, all right, sweet. Thanks for the time off. You heard her, boys. Who needs a job when you have anime girls on the internet you gotta watch? Yeah, I've been lucky to have really cool bosses at all the jobs I had. I'm gonna get more sleep and head to bed. Have a good night. Good sleep. Good night. I really appreciate you hanging out with me, having a nice comfy time. Your whole AX trip has been approved? I hope so. It's in a couple weeks. Need to learn how to sew because hot glue? Ooh, yeah. You can hot glue fur together. There's ways of doing it, but hot glue is just so like, messy and it's easy for it to get everywhere. But I hope that this little sewing demo gives you a little bit of advice and insight on how to learn how to hand sew. If you don't want to quite invest in a sewing machine. But even so, if you if you want to try getting the hang of a sewing machine, I'd recommend not buying one new. You can buy used sewing machines, online for a heavily discounted price. They can be old, they can be a little crappy, as long as I can still sew a stitch, then it's practice. Plus, if you spend, not full price on something that you don't really enjoy in the end, then it's not that big of a hit, and then you can always just resell it again. And burns and scars are showing your time in cosplay. Yes. Hot glue burns all over my hands and fingers. Using Warbler and having that burning my hands. I was also the kind of crazy person to heat up like a whole bracer out of Warbler. Warbler is a thermoplastic, so it becomes soft and malleable when it's heated at very high temperatures. And in order to shape this plastic over my arm for a bracer, I just kind of stuck it to my arm while it was still hot and just kind of toughed it out. Doing it for cosplay, it'll be worth it. I keep getting fur in my mouth. Well, this fur is getting everywhere. I thought I shed. Oh my goodness. As a teacher, PTO was messed up. Oh, I can imagine. half day with students and the rest was just work time? You couldn't take off work for a wedding you were in? What? That's so messed up. Oh my goodness. I understand that, you know, a lot of places are short-staffed, but it's like, come on. You have paid time off for a reason, and then usually if it's not used up, it goes away, depending on the kind of paid time off it is. So it's like, you're gonna have to get those hours in somehow. Then if you keep denying all the requests, all your employees are gonna have all this PTO that has to be used up around the same time, and then what you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do with all that junk inside your trunk? Oh yeah, cosplay repair. That's another thing. If you are worried about a piece of your cosplay potentially breaking at the convention, you don't have to bring a bunch of repair stuff. Although, you know, finishing up your craft at the convention hotel is very valid, and I feel like we've all been there, done that, finishing cosplays in the hotel room. But there is usually always a cosplay repair station at conventions. So if a piece breaks, a thread snaps, you know, your hot glue pops off, you can always go to the repair room and fix it. They usually have sewing machines, hot glue guns, contact cement, buttons, pins, all kinds of stuff. There's also these really awesome people who walk around. They're kind of like cosplayers, but they cosplay as like cosplay repair services. So they have these like big bags, and they're all like covered in rolls of duct tape and like threads and paints and all kinds of stuff to help you fix up your cosplay. And they will walk around the convention all day and offer to help fix cosplays for people. And it is the most wholesome thing ever. Your cosplays use bright colored fur in convention centers are not clean? No. Even if you have like a long cape that drags against the floor, or a big long dress, or a train on your dress, you'll pick up some nasty stuff. It's like you're sweeping the floor for them. Super nasty. Cosplay repairs for cosplay repairs? Well, I guess if you're walking around as a cosplay repair person, you could just fix up your own stuff, right? There's cosplay repair people at WeebCon? Oh, that's awesome. I wish I had more free time at WeebCon to walk around and check out more of the artist alley and dealer's room, and just like, I just love looking at like other people's cosplays. I love cosplay. It's one of my favorite things to do, just look at people. Does that sound weird? You can tell? Yeah, the 3-hour line that was still out the door of people trying to come see me. I felt so bad. I did not expect there to be so many pyro pups at WaveCon, so I really want to go back next year, since there are so many of you guys there. I heard it's supposed to be even bigger and better next year. Hopefully more organized too. That's the good thing about this year, is that they can learn to make things even better for next time. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing that. Alrighty, so I might have sewn this a little too small, but you know what? We're gonna roll with it. I should have left this bigger. I just got distracted talking. So we want to leave a little opening so that way we can flip this inside out. So I'm just gonna try. Can I even get this inside out? I might have to undo a couple stitches there. Oh, oh. Yeah, let me undo some stitches. I'm gonna cut this. I'm also gonna use my little needle as like a little seam. I don't want to rip the seam, I just kind of want to gently pull these knots out of the stitches.
I'm falling asleep at my desk, so I better get to bed. LOL. Good night, Cindy in chat.
Good night.
If I don't see you or talk to you before you head to Kai, have a safe trip and a good time.
Take care,
Cinder 6
Zodi.
heart, Cinder 6 heart.
Thank you so much. All right. One more. One more stitch. Okay. That should be fine. Still gonna be a little bit of a tight squeeze, but that's okay. So I'm going to finish off this knot the same way I did the first one. Just gonna make a couple knots, loop it around. I want to make sure this is very secure. Get in there. Get in there. Doesn't want to get in there. There we go. Okay. Gonna cut this off. I'm gonna cut the other one. The other one's kind of just like looped in here. Oh, there we go. I got it out. So now we're gonna flip this inside out. You can see it's like, there's our little floof. Now that all our edges are nice and sewn up, it's time to flip this inside out. Might take a little finagling. I always make these holes as small as possible because I hate sewing it up on the outside. Those seams are always much uglier than the seams on the inside. So I try to make those seams as small as I possibly can. And there we go. We're getting there. Trying not to rip the fur out. Rip my hair out. We want to be gentle with Vienna, because she's very, very sweet. A very kind dragon. Another very important part of cosplay is research. Researching your character references to find the most accurate reference images, and researching different kinds of materials and techniques to really figure out the best way of making whatever you want to make. Sometimes I'll spend weeks looking for the right references. Okay, once we get to this point, I have pointy nails that I can just use to really push in there to get it to flip inside out. But you can also use the back end of a pencil or like a paintbrush or something round and sturdy that you can use to really push this little last thin pointed bit, so that way you can get it really nice and flipped inside out completely.
Sag no longer able to off Kai or X, so have this. I wanna take you to the movies, but they don't let you bring your own snack of fun.
There's always a next time. Yeah, AX stands for Anime Expo. Alright, just about pulled through all the fur, and this is the last little hole that we'll have to stitch up. But I really should have brought my brush to brush this out a little nicer. We pretty much have our first little Vienna floof. Like that. So, because she's looking a little flat, we want to floof her up a little bit. So, I've got a bunch of this stuff. This is like a pillow stuffing polyfill, and I have a ton of this just from like my plushie making arc. So, I'm gonna use this to stuff the inside of Vienna's little floof. So I'm just gonna work in sections to really get it in there in all the little spots. Again, you can use the back of a paintbrush or pencil or something, another object to really get it in there.
Time for me to go to bed.
Good night.
One more shift in the morning before I am off for 2 days.
Nice.
Had a great time talking about cosplay tips, HelloFresh, conventions and whatnot. Have a wonderful time at Off Kai this weekend,
Thank
Sinder.
you.
Hope to meet you sometime in the future.
I hope
Have
so
a good
too.
night. Don't forget to keep on smiling and keep on vibing, Cinder 6 heart.
Thank you. Have a good night. I really appreciate it.
I literally got lucky and got the Off Kai days off work. Checked airfare to see if Off Kai was possible. $1,000 for a 4-hour flight, Cinder 6 cry.
Yikes. That sounds about right. Flights can get crazy, especially like last minute flights. Oh my goodness. Alright. So I'm just slowly working it in there. The cool thing with the polyfill is that you can fill it as dense or as like loosely as you want, depending on how sturdy and how full you want your fur thing to be. $1,000 for a flight? Yeah, it also depends if they charge you for like crazy stuff like each bag, and some people charge, some flights have extra like costs for what seats you want to sit at. So now this floof has a little more structure because there's a little something in there. Just a little bit though. See, now we have more of a shape. how we can style it more like the front reference, and also take into consideration the side reference to really get an idea of how her floofs are styled. Gonna have to trim these down just a little bit, I think. But overall, not looking so bad for our little Vienna floofs. I was just gonna make the horns, but then I said no, the floofs are way too cute and I want to make them so bad. I could go for a little snack right now. You know what? If you want to wait till next week to get a HelloFresh order in, you can order this week's meals right now, just like me. I will be ordering them later today. You can use my link or go to HelloFresh.com and use code PUG HF109794 to get 16 free meals plus free shipping!
I'm stacking thin 1mm Eva foam for my Numi ears. Should I use PVA glue or E6000 Fab-Refuse to glue the layers together?
Stacking 1mm EVA foam for Numi ears. Like her horns? PVA glue? Or E6000? I've used E6000, but I don't know about Fab-Refuse. I'm not sure what that's for. It sounds like a fabric glue, so I probably wouldn't recommend fabric glue. And PVA glue, that's like the craft, like the white glue, right? I don't know if I'd really trust that for a strong hold. I would recommend contact cement. That's like the best glue to use when it comes to foam, in my opinion.
Great. You are very good at these arts and crafts.
It's cosplay. Arts and crafts. Yeah, contact cement. You don't have to buy a big metal can of it. It does also come in little bottles with a brush applicator that comes right with it, and it's a lot more affordable if you just need like a little bit of it. But that stuff works magic. It's so good, so good. Gotta be extremely precise. Yeah, contact cement, once it sticks to itself, it does not come apart at all. So, sorry, I'm off camera. I'm just trying to really stuff the floofs a little bit more. I think I'm gonna try stuffing a little bit thicker. Hey Sugi, how's it going? We are making Vienna floofs today. I didn't bring my brush. I should have grabbed my brush. Keep saying that. But oh wait, I think it goes this way. Yeah, they go this way. Oh, that looks better. Yeah. Look at that. And then I can just style this with some hairspray. Like a wig. Add some other little spiky doos to make it look like the front reference. Yay! Looking great, thank you. Yeah, I think I want to shave it down a little at the base. That way it starts a little bit shorter, so it doesn't look as messy at the bottom. But we'll see, we'll see. I definitely want to brush it out. Maybe put it next to the horns also. They're so pretty. I love this fur, it's so soft too. I think I might want to stuff it a little bit more. I also don't want it to be too bulky. You can see it kind of shedding in my hands. I'm just like looking, playing. Cosplay is so much fun. I'm gonna add a little bit more. I think I might grab a snack. I'm kind of getting a little hungry. Sonic cosplay? Yeah, I have my Sonic reference at the top of the screen here. It's this outfit of Sonic's. It's the sexy anime girl Sonic. Gotta go fast. It's the hot anime dragon Sonic skin. Are you making the egg tone mustache next? That image was so funny. Oh my god. Tectone do be wildin'. Throwback to when he said hi to me at WeebCon and gave me a hug. And then he was like, I can't believe I didn't see you at WeebCon. I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? That was me. Yes, do it. Look, this is like one half of the mustache. Ready? See, it's like a handlebar mustache if I curve it like this a little bit. It's like it's like the Lorax mustache. Look at it. You can use half of it. We just gotta cut out the other half, and then it would be, it'd be a mustache. Oh no, what am I doing? So, we're just gonna be hand sewing this little seam closed. I'm gonna try to do it so that way this, the little white edges of the fabric backing aren't showing. I might be able to just kind of tuck it in on itself. Maybe I can just glue this on the inside. Look it. That actually looks pretty good. I just poked a hole in there. Damn. Damn, I'm so good. It's a tight fit. Look at me. Yeah. Anyway, the stream is sponsored. Thank you, HelloFresh. I'm just trying to get it in there. There. It looks like a nice, pretty floof. Nice, pretty Vienna floof. Look at that. Wow. Look at her. I just gotta style this a little bit better. And I think if I brush it out with an actual brush, it would look a lot better. So, I think I might put a little bit of glue in here to really hold it in place. But I don't think it's gonna go anywhere. Plus, I have to figure out how I'm going to attach these. Any googly eyes laying around by chance? No, but googly eyes are great for making rivets on armor. Look at that. So we have our first Vienna floof. This reference image. Let me make this one a little bit bigger so you can see it better. Here it is, see? So that's gonna go on a headband. Probably on a headband, yeah. Just glue them right onto Vienna. They might be a little bit big just because the fur adds a little more volume. So I'm gonna just kind of hold them up to my head later in front of a mirror and see, and just make sure they are still a good size. So if they are a little bit too big, I can just cut down, like maybe, this is our actual pattern that I made. I can, let's see, just kind of make an equal line around the inside like this, so I can trim down evenly around all the sides. And I would just go around. You could measure if you want things to be precise, but these are pretty organic shapes anyway, so you would just cut off a little bit all the way around to scale them down a little bit more, and then you can just trace it onto the fur again. Cut that little strip off, re-sew it together, and then see what it looks like from there. When you put it on a wig, the base is going to be a little... Yeah, so I'm making these horns and these ears with the intentions of them just being on headbands, so that way my friends can just kind of put them on headbands for meet and greets in person if they want to. What happened to my music? That was weird. I don't know why the music paused. Anyway, you know, just in case my friends wanted to wear these, because I know Numi likes to wear her little, like, thin wire horn headbands sometimes, like the little, like, the little red wire wrapped, you know, you've seen those before. But I wanted to make something that looked more like her actual horns and her character design. And I figured, why not also make stuff for more of my friends? So my goal is to have fun with these crafting streams, teach you guys how to make a bunch of other really cool stuff, use my friends as inspiration and references, and then we'll see how many of these I get done in time for TwitchCon, because I think a lot of them are going to be at TwitchCon in Vegas, at least TwitchCon Vegas. So we'll see how many of these I can make and give to them, hopefully in person. Yeah, I will be at AX. Offkai, AX, TwitchCon Paris, and TwitchCon Vegas. Thank you. Yeah, there's like fur still stuck in my mouth, but... Yeah, so I'm thinking this... Maybe I can even gel this down so it looks... So it has the shape, so this doesn't kind of floof out too much. Or maybe I can shave it down a little bit. Same thing with these, because these are a little too sticky uppy. Just to kind of give it more of a smooth hair floof look. Might want to trim this a little bit too. Getting a little thirsty. Making gifts for all my friends? Yeah. Because I've been wanting to make cosplay stuff for a very long time. Because I haven't really cosplayed or made anything in quite some time. Because I've been so busy doing stream stuff that I haven't had time to sit down and make like a full cosplay build. That's also why I ended up commissioning a really good cosplay friend of mine to make the cosplay of me. Because I know I wouldn't really have the time to dedicate to making it. And it would take way too long if I tried making it myself with the limited free time I have. Even if it's on stream, I can't really fit a sewing machine on stream or, you know, run back and forth to do test fittings and stuff like that. So I'm also hoping that things fit when I get it within the next couple days. It's gonna cut it close, but I'm hoping to get it soon. It is a relatively big project, and fabricating the tail and everything takes up a lot of space. So I figured I would do several little, like, kind of contained crafts that I'd be able to do easily in the space that I have on stream. You know, even though I can't make full cosplays on stream, I can at least make gifts for my friends, talk about things that I'm passionate about, make things because I love making stuff, and, you know, maybe you guys can take some things away from these streams. Maybe, hopefully my friends like these little gifts for them. I'm only going to give it to them if they turn out good, so. Yeah, I really hope that they like them. I mean, Like, I've been a cosplayer for a decade now, right? Also, hold on. Mayo, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you. And Delta, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. But yeah, so I've been a cosplayer for a while.
101 with Professor Sinder.
And since becoming a VTuber and having my own character, it didn't really hit me until it happened how cool it is to see your character come to life. Like seeing somebody else making something in person, like something physically of your character design. Like that is the coolest thing ever. Like Eris did such a good job. I love her so much. She's the cosplayer that cosplayed me at WeebCon, and I wanted to like cry. So it was just such a cool experience, and I know what that feels like to even have like the thought of somebody wanting to make something of your character. So that's also what inspired me wanting to make stuff for my friends, because I know that they would really, really like to see parts of their VTuber designs in real life that they can actually wear and look at and like see it in 3D, and it's just so cool. When Numi led, when she led the cosplayer to me, yes, oh my goodness. It's in Numi's vlog, by the way. She was vlogging WeebCon, and she was recording when she found the Sinder cosplayer. Her name's Eris, and she brought her to me when I was in Bouette, kind of just like surrounded by a bunch of people in Uwuland, and it's all on camera of me, like my reaction to seeing her for the first time, and like freaking out, and then we hugged each other, and it's like all in Numi's vlog on her YouTube channel. It's so cute. I think I watched that one part back like 10 times. It was adorable. The face tracking on those VTuber cosplays is so realistic. Yeah. Those are like the super high definition 3D VTuber models. The quality on those is insane. So yeah, I think I'm gonna hold off on making the other one just in case I want to scale this down a little bit. I'm not too sure yet, but that is more or less what our Vienna floof will look like. I don't want to sew up the bottom yet, just in case I have to pull this apart and size it down, like I said. But yeah, those are the Vienna ears, and then it will also be, her horn kind of overlaps the ear a little bit. Let me move this image up. There. Like that. It's not exactly the same scale, just because I want the image to fit on the screen, but more or less, this is what we are working with here. It's kind of like off to the side like that. So yeah. I think I'm going to sculpt Vienna's horns out of some more foam clay. I can just do that on stream. I could also do it off stream whenever I feel like it, I suppose. I prefer to do it on stream though, to just kind of hang out and chat with you guys some more. But essentially what I'm gonna do, definitely for Vienna's horns, I want to cast them out of resin, kind of like this little mold box and silicone mold and little resin pieces that I made earlier. There's the other one. So I want to do the same thing with Vienna, in the sense that I will sculpt these horns out of foam clay. Then when they cure, I'm going to glue them to the bottom of this little mold box, or make a mold box, fill it with this 2-part silicone rubber, and then cast it out of resin. I should be able to do this is called a 1-part mold. This is also a box mold. But essentially, I think I can get away. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do a 1-part mold with this. This might have to be a 2-part mold, but we'll see. We'll just have to see how the 3D result ends up. But pretty much, if you have something that's more of a complex shape, you have to do the mold in 2 parts, so it kind of opens up. So there would have to be like a seam here, and this would open up into 2 parts, where then you would pour the mold in. Or I guess the seam would kind of go down here, and then you'd open it up, and you'd close it back together, and you'd have to kind of rubber band it together, so that way the mold stays secure. So, let me see, Numi, for example, let me just get the paper template out. Numi would have to be a 2-part mold for her horns, because like for these little spikes here, or even for this horn for Vienna, we would be able to glue it to the base here, and then when the mold comes off, there's one little hole to pour it into, and then this can easily be pulled out. But if I were to do the same thing and glue Numi's horn into this mold box like this, all of the silicone would fill in the inside here and on the outside. So when I try to pull the mold out from the tops, kind of like these spikes, it's not going to pull out because the silicone is also sitting in the middle here, so it would just kind of be stuck, and I'd have to end up cutting open the silicone to get it out, and then it would ruin the silicone mold. So what we are going to do with Numi's horn, if I decide to cast it out of resin, if you have a more complex shape like this, or maybe even like this, we might need to do a 2-part mold. And what you do is build up your object with some clay up to about the halfway mark, and then you pour silicone on top of that, so that way you're only making a mold of the exact halfway point of it. And then once that half of the silicone dries, you peel it off and then clean out the clay on the underside, flip your mold upside down with the object still in it, and then you pour the rest of the silicone on top of the second half, so that way there's 2 sides to it. One side has to cure completely first, then the other side cures, and then you can peel them apart with a release agent so they don't stick together, and then you can put them back together, rubber band it up, and then pour in the resin, and then you will open it up by the sides instead of just pulling it out, kind of like the 1-part mold. So 1-part mold, you pull the resin out. 2-part mold, you pull the resin apart, or you pull the mold apart to get the resin out, if that makes any sense. It'd be easier for me to do a little demonstration of it than me just kind of explaining it with words, but that's more or less the rundown of how to make molds. Yeah, gotta pull out your molds. What release agent do you use? So fun fact, I've never actually done it myself, but I did buy a release agent. Hold on. Let me get you the brand. Hold on, let me grab it. Hold on. I did my research. So I use the same release agent as somebody who's made a lot of silicone molds before. This is the release agent I have. It's called Man Ease Release 200 Mold Release Agent. Uses silicones, urethanes, and resins. Yeah. This is the stuff. Read the directions. So, you need a good pull-out game? Yeah. That's the release agent, and if you were curious, these are the... Let me move the floof out of the way just a little bit. Alrighty. So, these are kind of heavy. This is the, this one first. This is the silicone rubber. It comes in a part A and a part B. You mix these together with a 1-to-1 ratio, and it makes this after it cures. A little silicone. And then the stuff that you put in your silicone mold is the same brand. This is Smooth On, by the way. Smooth On. This box with another 2 bottles in there. And this makes the fast setting liquid resin. Liquid plastic, yeah. So once those set up, you can get little resin casts of the little tiny spikes that I sculpted in my little mold box here. And then I poured the silicone into this box. Once this cured, you can then pour the resin into these little molds and you get an exact copy of whatever you sculpted in the first place. The reason you would want to do something like this is if you had like a bunch of spikes like this that you want to put all over a costume. It's so easy to just keep mixing up batches of resin and just popping them out of this mold instead of hand sculpting a bunch of these and trying to get them even in the same exact sizes that you want. It looks so good. Why can't you eat it? It looks like a little Hershey Kiss kind of. Any problems with air bubbles? No, none. You can see, so it's gonna be a little hard to show you, but you can see the finish. Hold on, let me make Vienna a little smaller. Let me put her back up here. So you can see the foam clay has a very smooth finish, at least on these little spikes here. So when you're looking at the silicone mold, you can see kind of on the inside that there is little to no bubbles, even on here. There's fur all over this now. I'll have to clean that off. But the specific kind of silicone I use doesn't have to be like vacuum sealed. I think it's a vacuum. Some silicones need, like, you have to vacuum the bubbles out. But the exact one I'm using is Umu 25. Umu 25. So this one sets up faster than the other option. This one sets in about 75 minutes. The other ones I think take a little bit longer. Yeah, vacuum cleaner. But for the resin, you can see there's a little bit of like flashing that happened. That's just because the sculpt wasn't perfect. You can kind of see it right there. It's so hard to see. But the surface is exactly as smooth as the foam clay. It's like 1-to-1 absolute perfect cast of the smooth foam surface. So this resin and this silicone work very well together. It's the same brand, so they're meant to work together. And I've only heard good things about this. One thing to keep in mind is that when you're buying resin or silicone is to buy it from smoothon.com or Blick Art Supplies. They also supply it directly from the source. Don't buy it off of Amazon. You might be able to get a better deal on shipping with Amazon, but I don't know if their supplier is the best. I think a lot of their products have expired, and they usually don't change them out for new ones. So a lot of the reviews on Amazon have dried up containers of these bottles, and they won't mix properly if you can't get the liquid out because they've already cured. So even like the labels on these says that as soon as you buy one of these, you want to use it as soon as you possibly can to prevent the liquid on the inside from going bad, because you don't want it to set and solidify. It shouldn't on its own, but over time, you know, its shelf life is not very long. Shelf life is how long something lasts while it's still packaged in the container. So I don't know if the shelf life is on here. Let me read. Don't breathe in the fumes. La 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 la. It's probably in the directions. Ugh. Look at all these directions. Smooth cast. Oh, it even has a little comparison chart. Pot life, cure time. What about shelf life? There's a shrinkage chart if you're not into shrinkage. Yeah. It usually says, oh yeah, vacuum degassing. That's what it's called. Vacuum degassing. When you manually pull out the air bubbles, that's not necessary here. So you don't have to do that. You don't have to buy an expensive vacuum. Dumpster Fire Dawn, thank you for 2 months. Thank you. And Diplomat, thank you for subbing. Welcome. Thank you. Trying to find it, but maybe it's the safety. Polyurethane rubber. This just means don't be stupid. Just don't be stupid with it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the fine print in the description on the website says to use this stuff as soon as you possibly can. Maybe it was the silicone that said that. Pot life, cure time. Oh, use gloves. Do as I say, not as I do. But yeah, so this is like a good little guide on what happens and what you do. So you use the liquid rubber, which is this box, with the two different mixing liquids. You pour it into the same cup, you mix it thoroughly together, and then you pour it over your mold. That's what I did. This is the mold that I poured it over. And then it pops right out of whatever you made. And then when you want to cast these, the little resin pieces, you mix the two, part A and part B together of your resin, mix it, pour it into your silicone mold, and then you can pop out as much of these bad boys as you want. But yeah, they normally say to use this stuff as soon as you possibly can to prevent it from going bad. Do you have a preference between making your own cast or 3D printing? It depends. So with resin casting and making silicone molds, you can, let me show you an example. You can make the thing you want. This is just like a little horn, just a little test horn. You can make this exactly the way you want it, as smooth as you want it. You can put, wood filler on this, sand it down to be like wet sanded, like the shiniest, smoothest surface in the world, if that's what you want. And then, or even if you want it textured, you can carve texture into this to make it exactly the way you want it to look. Then when you make a mold and cast it, you can make these, as many of these as you want. Because these molds last like forever and ever and ever unless you were to like break them. But the thing with 3D prints is that, one, it takes a very long time for a print, whereas you only have to wait for a long time once to get the silicone molds. And even so, it only takes 75 minutes. That's an hour and 15 minutes, right? 3D prints can take days sometimes, depending on what you're doing. But It takes 75 minutes for this tiny box. It also takes 75 minutes for a bigger cast because it's the same substance. It has the same chemical reactions throughout the whole thing. Another thing is that if you use this kind of resin, this sets up in 10 minutes. You can literally see it change while it's happening. It pours in clear and then it starts slowly turning white, and it's like it's freezing right in front of your eyes. So it takes, a little over an hour to make this, and then it takes 10 minutes to keep popping out these bad boys. You could pop out something this big in 10 minutes with one of these molds. Whereas if you tried to make another one of these, this print might take an hour. So if you press on time, this might be a better option for time. Also, if you were to 3D print something like this, you have to get rid of the texture if you don't want the 3D print texture, because 3D printing prints in like layers, so you can kind of see where each layer starts and stops. I will be 3D printing Tricky's horn, so I can give you a little demo on 3D printing, but pretty much what you're going to want to do with a 3D print is put some kind of filler on top of those lines and then sand it down, and you have to like manually sand every inch of your 3D print to get it perfectly smooth or whatever texture that you want it to be. And that can take a long time, whereas you only have to do that once for a mold, and then you can make as many as you want that are already going to be smooth, or they're already the same exact texture that you want. The 3D printing is very, very nice if you don't want to sculpt this yourself, and you can find a 3D print file online. Maybe you're better at sculpting digitally and you don't want to sculpt with your hands, then of course 3D printing is clearly the easier option. But yeah, acetone does smooth things out, but it only smooths it out to an extent, and it also depends on the size of your print too. Yeah, more complicated shapes, it also depends, because you can get complicated shapes by sculpting them and sanding it down by hand. You might have a little bit more control that way. Just depends on your skill set, depends on what you're making and how much time you have. If you're on a bit of a time crunch and you can't wait for, a bunch of hour-long 3D prints. 3D resin printing, yeah, the chemicals and that. But yeah, so I've been making other things off stream. Like there was that ear I was showing you, the cat ear, there's this horn, there's these. These I don't want to talk about yet, just because I want to focus on my other builds that I've actually showed you what they're for. But these are good for like examples. I've just been doing other smaller projects off stream. That way I can just craft in my downtime, because sometimes I just feel like creating, and this is what I do. Yeah, you can also commission people to make 3D models for a 3D print. Like they'll give you the STL files or whatever kind of 3D printing files you need, and you can print them yourself, or you can take those files to a 3D printing company. Some places will make the files, like the 3D models, and print them for you, and then you'll just have to do all the finishing work and the painting. Is the resin squishy? No, this resin, it's like super hard. All these little resin pieces. The silicone is very squishy though. Very, very squishy. Because you want this to have some give to it, because then it's easy to pop out your little resin casts. Casting is definitely faster after you get past the initial molding process. But I will be doing molds later on that I can show you. It's just like, it's hard because I have to do things in certain steps. So sculpting with foam clay, right? We have to wait for the foam clay to cure, which can take 48 hours. It's about 2 days of dry time. And then after we make this, we have to make sure it's exactly the way we want it for when it's cast. So there's more sanding that needs to be done to make it smooth and exactly the same shape that we want it to be. And then once we do that, we can glue it to the bottom of a piece of foam, like in this box. build the walls up and then pour in this. But then again, we still have to wait 75 minutes for this to cure. I could do that all on one stream, depending. That's why I want to get all of my foam clay pieces that I want to cast done, so I can just put all my pieces in one of these little mold boxes, so I can just make, like, you know, they don't all have to be in the same box, but that way I can at least pour the molds at the same time with the same little mixture, because if you try to pour one mold and then wait for that to fill and then go to do another mold, it might start already setting up depending on how long the pot life is. The pot life is how long it lasts mixed together before it starts setting. I think the pot life of this might be 15 minutes, so we shouldn't have a problem with that. But the pot life of these is only 3 minutes. So, I mean, this is a 10-minute setting resin, so they set very, very quickly. So if I wanted to pour, maybe, like, let's say if I had 3 different molds that I wanted to fill, I'd have to do it really, really fast if I use the same mixture, the same batch of resin to fill them all. I might want to do this one first and then mix up another batch and do the next mold first, just to make sure it doesn't set up on me, and then that's just a lot of wasted resin. So I also don't want to do that either. So I think maybe next stream, I want to, so this is our little Vienna floof and the Vienna horns. I think, I'm not sure if I'm going to do this on stream, but I might sculpt Vienna's horns next, so that way it will allow for the foam clay to dry. I feel like I've done a lot with foam clay already, this stuff.
I know it would be hard, but you doing an interactive arts in crafts panel at a con would be very fun.
Oh, I'm not sure how that would work, or what I would do. Maybe it can be kind of like an advice panel. Maybe I can have like one focus. Like, this panel is about armor, and I can talk about all different armor techniques, and maybe I can bring samples in person for people to look at. That might be something, because I wouldn't be able to make something in like an hour time slot for a panel, but I could definitely talk about things and answer questions and show off examples in person for you guys to see, so you know what things look like in person and what they feel like and different materials and stuff like that. A workshop? Yeah, that might be very time consuming, and trying to get materials for that too might be a little difficult, but yeah, I think we'll see. I'm probably not gonna be able to work on anything else before off-kai, but I do at least want to try to get things ready for a silicone and resin stream next arts and crafts time. But we'll see. It's always just so hard to tell how long things are gonna take me, because I get distracted chatting with you guys, and even though I'm a professional, it's okay if things don't work out, because this is my first time making a silicone mold. It was my first time really sculpting. I hadn't really sculpted much with foam clay, even with the Numi horns that we sculpted. Let me grab those actually. They're still drying. And they still need to be sanded. They're still a little lumpy. The foam clay, yeah, it's still a little too soft. But this is what this one looked like at first in terms of like lumpiness and unevenness. So I'm actually going to, yeah, I think it's still a little too soft. It's only been 24 hours instead of 48. But I'm gonna sand it down like this one so it's nice and smooth. And then I can go from there and maybe fill in and build up any extra gaps for Numi's horn. And then I think I might end up casting this out of resin if I can get it to look even on both sides. But we'll see. We'll see about that. I'd have to figure out something with the wire, but we'll see. We'll see. This is the pattern I was using for Numi's horn. And see, I made it a little bit bigger. That way I can sand it down. Yeah. So these are gonna be her little horns here. So there's a lot that I'm doing, a lot that I'm working on. This isn't even including the stuff for Tricky that I have already and prepared. Well, maybe we can make Tricky ears next time. Because I have the feathers. That would be fun. Okay, here's an idea. What if I work on the rest of the foam clay parts whenever I have time to? That way, it doesn't always have to be crafting streams, and I can do other streams also, depending. Because I want to show you guys new stuff. You know, if I'm only sculpting and sanding, I feel like that might get a little boring. But, depends on what you guys want to see, really. But if I get all of the foam clay stuff done that I want to cast out of resin and make silicone molds for, then I can just make the silicone mold right at the start of the stream. That way I can do something else for the 75 minutes while this cures, and maybe I can work on like the Tricky ears with the feathers during that time, or you know, it's like something else. Maybe I can finish the other Vienna floof. Aw, thank you, chat. You guys are always so nice. Yeah, I'd love to see how I do feathers too, because I feel like I'm working with a lot of things that I have a lot of knowledge about, but I've never worked with before. I have a lot of knowledge about foam clay, but I hadn't really worked with it much before in terms of like actually sculpting with it. Now, I've never worked with silicone mold making before, even though I've watched every single episode, every single season of Face Off, where they do this kind of stuff and they make molds and use silicone and cast things. Same thing with feathers. Never worked with feathers before. But you know what? We're gonna have fun either way, and it's okay if things don't turn out right the first time, because we can always go back, try something different, and learn from our mistakes. Again, I'm using mostly materials that I already have on hand, so it's a good opportunity to use up some of the stuff that I have just laying around. Can't be boring. Maybe if I didn't talk during these streams, they'd be a little boring. But yeah, so another thing with silicone mold making is that if you have texture, so I could sculpt texture into the Vienna horns. She's got like some like ridges, some texture. I could sculpt that into the foam and then cast it, and then that way it keeps that same texture. Or I could just carve it into the resin, which might be a little more difficult just because resin is a lot harder, so I'd have to grind it down. But we'll see. We'll see whatever option will be easier for us. Even if I didn't talk. Aw. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys a lot. So we'll just see where things go. It'd be really cool to be able to show you guys mold making next time. Hello. Yeah, I think I might need to call it a night. Unfortunately, it's been a really fun last stream before I head off to Offkai. So, let me see. Let me go back to chatting. There. Back here. That way I can kind of organize my workspace a little bit. While I'm wrapping things up. Have fun at Offkai. You guys are so sweet. Thank you. Thank you so much for everything today. You guys, it's just so wholesome because I get to do things that I'm like passionate about, that I'm knowledgeable about, that I can share with my community. And the fact that you guys seem to be like really into this makes me so happy. So thank you. Yeah, I hope I'm able to see some of you guys at Offkai. That would make me so happy. And I gotta get packing soon. I'm gonna grab a snack. I have a loaf of lemon bread So I think I'm gonna go eat that. Again, one last time before I head out. If you would like to get some yummy, yummy meals that are very easy to make in very little time, you can use my link or go to HelloFresh.com and use code POG HF109794 to get 16 free meals plus free shipping! Yeah!
Thanks for all the tips. I'm learning a
Thank you,
lot from
guys.
these streams.
Aw, I'm so glad. Thank you. Thank you. So, before we head off, I need to talk to you guys about something very important. So, speaking of off-Kai, Numi and I have a panel on Friday. It is going to be a Q&A panel. So, within the next couple of days, keep your eyes peeled on Twitter and probably on Numi's Discord. We are going to be sharing a Google form for question submissions to be read while we're live at off-Kai. Like live and in person is what I mean. We're not going to be streaming it, I don't think. Domo is going to be hosting our panel, so he is the only one seeing these questions, and we are going to be surprised in the moment on what these questions will be. So if you want to help us, give us fun, sussy questions maybe, keep it TOS. I'm not sure what the rules are for the convention, but I'm sure that it will be in the form for you guys. So keep your eyes peeled on Twitter. Heads up, heads up. Maybe your question will get picked. Okay, we are going to go send some love to somebody tonight. Who's live today?
Watching people do what they're passionate about is always amazing. I
Aw.
love seeing how happy you are to talk about cosplay stuff and getting to share what you love with us.
Hell
Arts in
yeah.
Crafts has always been very comfy and I always enjoy them.
That makes me happy. Alright, so we're going to raid. Let's go say hi to Momo. Let's go say hi to Momo. Momo has been going through it a little bit, so I think she would really, really appreciate lots of love from the Pyro Pups. Momo is super sweet. She is such a talented artist, and I think you guys will absolutely love her if you don't know her already. She's playing a very comfy, chill, like organizing game. Like that little house organizing. I don't remember what it's called. Unpacking. So, I will actually be seeing her at TwitchCon Paris. I'm so excited. She is just, I love her so much. I love her. So, I think it'll really make her night for us to go send some love to her and say hi. So until next time, I will see you guys next week after off-Kai, probably with HelloFresh and celebrating my 1-year stream anniversary. So take care, you guys, and make sure to send lots of Pyro Pup love to Momo for me, okay? Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. I'll see you again soon. Bye-bye.